The camera comes up. You can see dawn's first light breaking the horizon. NSF slowly awakening to the symphony of a new day. Sun gently ascending, bathing the towering skyscrapers in a warm golden hue, casting those long, delicate shadows across the awakening streets. Early risers starting to move amidst the soft chatter of street vendors setting up for the day. Silhouettes gliding over the high-tech, polished surfaces, whispering promises of progress and prosperity for a few. In that morning tranquility, the city holds a moment of potential. A breath before the plunge into the day's relentless pace. The camera whipping through the city, down the alleyways, finds its way into the base. Who do we find there?
I guess we find Troy there waiting right now, since I don't think anyone's arrived home yet from their separate trains. Okay. Technically speaking, we only find Troy's body at the base. The camera zooms out, and like earlier, when we saw Troy taking over the cameras, we see this giant, ethereal, holographic display of Troy standing inside the alleyway as he just kind of continues to grow larger and larger as he makes more connections to the various cameras and networks and stuff. As he just constructs digitally this 3D rendering around him of the alleyway, of NSF, of the streets behind him. And as he looks around, he sees, well, virtually speaking, everything. Every single little pedestrian walking by has some kind of technology, either built into them via a cybernetic or some kind of device on them that instantly pings Troy and reads them as movement, as something moving around. He learned something. He learned something earlier that day. These people, these humans, can't even begin to comprehend what they have created. And as of right now, the only one who can see this is Troy.
Can I hop in after that?
Yeah, no, I'm sort of my cue.
So with the scope of each of these signals as the movement chatter all moving around, eventually there's one picking up, coming off the train. Camera pans in, zooming in on Patty as the movement signal reading from Troy peters out as she's making her way along. She's got a coffee coming, stretches, pops a couple joints, and then just keeps making her way along. Just another fucking day in this fucking shit. And eventually makes her way down the alley, closed up GU stand as it's still early, and downs the last of her coffee before tossing in a trash can, and opens up into the base itself. As she's stretching a little bit more and looking around, she's like, a lot of shit we did last night. And she opens up her comms, reporting in at the base. How far out are y'all? She sends it to the group.
There is a notable lack of response from Krill.
You don't hear anything from Karen either.
Cool. And assuming Troy is up because he doesn't need to sleep or do whatever, sends a message to Troy. You around?
Just after getting that message, Troy just kind of looks down as he's towering over the location that is the base. And the ceiling and the roof to the base fades away, and he sees Patty just down there and states, "Yes, Patty, do you need anything?"
Checking in, seeing, found anything new? Did anything interesting? Busy bird watching? I don't know.
I'm just currently stretching out my current capabilities. Is there anything that you need me?
I mean, once the group is up and running, we'll need you then. But until then, have fun with what you're doing. Like, what are you doing? Like the shit you did from like last night? When you just took over that whole fucking place?
A variation.
What did it feel like?
Have you ever stood over an anthill?
No, actually. Not common around here. I mean, I've stood over like a little fucking batch of like a Chinese food box with a bunch of cockroaches running around it. Same thing, I guess.
I suppose that comparison is apt.
What, did you feel like crushing the anthill or something?
Do you?
I mean, if it gets in my way or fucks me up, sure, but I'm not gonna go out of the way to kick a fucking box.
Well, when the box of cockroaches suddenly bothers me, I will let you know whether or not I squish it.
Are we in that box? Are we cockroaches?
I would not use such crude terminology.
Okay. Cool. Well, good luck with figuring that out. I'm gonna be around here. Tell me if you need anything in the meat space. Good luck with that. And Patty is just kind of like going to let him wander off, and as soon as he disappears, like out of earshot, hopefully she's like, "Oh fuck, what the fuck's happening with him? Oh Jesus Christ, what the fuck?" And pans away from her as it zooms out to the rest of the city now.
As it pans out, it comes over the central terminal. On the staircase heading down into the lower parts of the city, off towards the base, you find Karen with a not brisk pace to her walk. Remembering of the night before and how much fun it was. Letting somebody else help. And she is trying to remember a different time and a different way of living. Because it's a lot happier. She heads back to base and starts remembering her friends. People she actually calls that now. And without noticing, the pace picks up. And then remembers shopping with Krill and gets an actual smile on her face. As she walks into the back door. Oh God, it smells awful in here. Troy?
He's out right now. I'm here though. You need any coffee? I could run across the street or something as Patty's coming around the corner.
Actually, yes.
Alright, cool.
No sugar.
Black, no sugar? Jesus. Fucking bitter ass bitch. Alright. Okay. Yeah. And Patty turns off her codex for a second. We gotta talk about Troy when we're away from here and he isn't in earshot. Just fair warning. Don't mention too much right now. And she just hops around the corner to go pick up some coffee in the meantime.
Anyone with a smidgen of apt hearing might hear the subtlest snore coming from the back room. And
Give me rolls from the two people.
+3.
-2.
Okay, so Karen definitely doesn't notice. And I'm pretty sure Patty will notice.
Notice.
So, as you leave the building, as you walk out, as you're headed out of the building, you hear the sound of snoring coming from the back room.
And not just that, what sounds like undisturbed. No nightmares, no horrid dreams. Just someone sawing logs comfortably.
As Patty hears that, she'll pick up another little breakfast meal, probably like a little cheese, egg, and biscuit, just to put along with another cup of coffee as she's picking it all up, pays for it, and makes her way back to the base. And she'll set coffee in a warmer to keep it warm until Krill wakes up, and then sets the biscuit next to her wherever she's sleeping. So when she wakes up,
do you pay any closer attention to that snoring?
I mean, she's trying not to disturb her, but if she can notice something on her, sure.
Give me a roll.
All right. -1.
Where are you? Okay. Nope.
I only have a +1 to investigation.
Nope.
Cool.
And the camera, the audience, what they would pick up, though none of you get this information. The snoring isn't snoring. It's essentially a white noise generator, but it's not white noise. It's literally a generated snore. This can be toggled on or off. Krill is not aware of this toggle, and so it's just on by default. So Krill is just snoring, but it is a production of sound to indicate a rest cycle occurring with this body. Okay. She could absolutely have the deepest sleep of her life and just toggle that off and it would be perfectly silent. But this is an affectation that is given to this unit in order to sort of present as normal. So if people want to, and it is the most comically like snore. It is, literally like, it's even got the sort of piece to it, right? It is.
And you realize it's connected to like a 30-minute video that perfectly matches the sync of her breathing.
It is a digital reconstruction of near Acme level snoring. And And so, yeah, completely toggleable, but Krill hasn't gotten to that depth of configuration yet. But none of you noticed that.
All right. Patty hands over the coffee to Karen and says, well, whenever Spaceman and Lumber Mill wake up, we can start talking shit. How was your night?
Lumber mill?
I don't know. Sounds like fucking chopping wood or something. I don't know. But you don't hear Krill sleeping in the back?
Karen walks closer. Oh, there is noise back here.
Yeah.
And if anyone looks at her, she's just covered in all her drones as they're all powered down with her.
Yeah. She's just napping. Don't want to wake her up yet, so just left the biscuit and coffee next to her when she does.
I like the me's.
Yeah, it's honestly pretty on point. I didn't realize they're able to like perfectly implement that. Like that takes like a whole set of like shit to work in there, so that's kind of cool.
Don't ever tell her.
Oh, never. It's great.
Good.
Now if Troy hears it and mentions it, I might just kill him.
Just tell him.
So, fair enough. Which, talking about Troy, turns off her codex. You want to turn off your codex for a second?
Karen takes it and puts it in the other room.
Okay, she puts her there too. Yeah.
Oh,
Troy,
wait. What's the point?
Okay. I mean, Troy was he just called all humans cockroaches and whether or not he kicked the anthill. So
Okay, based.
You realize we're in that anthill, right?
Yeah, we're cockroaches. I get it.
You realize that might mean he just kicks us just because we annoy him.
Yeah, and?
So we're just going to ignore the decades of stupid 80s, 90s, 2000s films about robots deciding to kill humans and we just happen to be human.
If it becomes a problem, we'll talk to him then. But, it's... I agree. We are cockroaches.
I'm not saying we aren't, but when robots start thinking that, gets a little concerning.
That sounds like a human-centric way of thinking. How dare you project that onto androids?
Whenever the guy starts talking about genociding the minority, all right, well, just wanted to lay that out for you. Yeah.
I thought this had to do with like something with power. Like Troy's powerful, but he's not like in control powerful.
Well, the way he was talking about taking over that building, he's starting to think about it.
I mean, okay. Suppose we could like try and tone down the ashiness or whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against him doing his thing a little bit. I just don't want to do his thing so hard that he decides to nuke all of us. That's all I'm asking.
I mean, if it help.
I don't think that would help. I mean, we already nuked us last time. Do you think another nuke is just going to do it? But the third bomb on fucking Nagasaki's going to work?
Depends on what you want to have happen,
Sure.
The world's an oyster.
Sure. And yeah. I figured I'd give you a heads up. As long as it doesn't get too out of control, we should be fine. Or if we can figure a way to get out of the rock before he blows it all up, we're good.
I love my friends, especially Troy.
Yeah. I mean, I love Troy. I don't want him to confuse me for the others if shit goes down, you know?
The door slides open. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Sleeping Beauty.
Think I get that reference?
I have no idea what it means, it's just what everybody says.
Oh, I
Aren't you
thought
the
that
one
was
who knows
referring
old
to
movies?
just like me.
Oh, right. Is it the one where the lady bites the apple and she's surrounded by 7 short dudes?
I don't know.
Alright, anyways, did you get the biscuit and coffee I left for you?
And there's just Sugar holding them as she's floating beside Grill because she absolutely did not see them.
Good on you, Sugar.
Thank you. I have not slept like that. Period.
Yeah.
That felt good.
Glad you got some sleep.
Accomplished. Yesterday was fun.
Yeah. Kind of nerve-wracking, but like in a really fun way.
Oh, actually, speaking of last night, I got the full body scan of what was his name? Samson, Simmons, Samuel.
Can you specify?
Probably like checking her name database. Everything's just like groggled names and numbers right now. It's like, oh, that's not the motel.
Are you talking about Ethan, the guy we were with? Why would you need to scan him?
No, I think she means Perry.
Oh, the weird dude that controls Gavin.
Yes,
Cool.
Perry.
All right.
My brain decided it liked S's this morning.
So how high tech is he?
And Krill just sends the projection to the like table where it starts projecting. Oh boy. His stress levels on average are extremely cool-headed and level-headed, but I was able to put him off balance by being a little flirtatious and I guess you could say damselly in distress. All the same, thanking him for his efforts did make him very anxious and his heart rate rise. He's got multiple firearms on his body. He's got multiple implants, including Durablades in either arm. He's got a single cybernetic eye and strength enhancements.
Before we continue this, do we want Troy in?
Oh, is he not listening?
He went off on his own for a bit. I don't know if he's here. Troy, you here? And just
Oh, this is running
calls
through
around.
the internal system. He can literally see this. He can see this diagram if he wants to listen in. But yeah, you know what? Troy, come and join if you can hear us.
Just sort of briefly cutting back to Troy and his big ethereal network form. His reach can't really extend too far, like a block or two, maybe from the base. But
Give me a roll.
all right, that is a -4.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
Oh,
I don't know if it's worth spending a fate point this early on that yet.
I mean, it just comes down to like sending you a message directly, basically. So give it a few moments.
Oh, it has nothing to do with you.
Okay.
I figured.
All right.
yeah, this is I you could re-roll.
Considering how not critical this is, I'm assuming. We'll say that that's just getting a -4 out of the way.
Okay.
I like the foreboding.
Yeah.
You gotta have a little bit of
And
foreshadowing.
the post-it note will stand.
Okay. Um, well, not sure what that means. So either or not, his reach doesn't extend too far out of the base yet. He's not a god yet. He just has an idea of how to start networking a bunch of devices together to more or less increase his reach. What he can perceive right now is already quite a lot. Jigu is currently preparing for the lunch rush. Krill has just awakened. Patty and Karen are talking about Troy as if he is somehow unable to hear right now. But,
I always do.
yeah. Clearly, Patty has misconstrued something that Troy has said. But it really doesn't matter. He knows that they're not really going to do anything to him at the moment. But he does hear Krill speak his name, and decides that this would be an appropriate time to return to his body. And his body just flinches slightly as he unplugs himself from the power socket and turns around and says, "Yes, I am here."
This right here, is one of our targets. You can see the body schematic and all the implants that he has. I'm mostly worried about information he gathers from the cybernetic eye and the deployment of the Durablades. How
Yeah,
confident do you think you could be to shutting down implants?
I have not really had any experience messing around with cybernetic enhancements just yet, but
I mean,
I couldn't see how it would be too far different from, well, everything else I've attempted so far.
you shut down that gun, I think, one time the guy was about to shoot me at while I was trying not to get stabbed, so, like, you can't be too far off, can it?
I don't see why it would be. It's still just technology connected to the network.
Try and mess with Patty's eyes.
Please don't. I do not have those connected to any networks. They're just independent to me. Nope.
It is.
Net-
That is the point, Patty. The gun was on a outward source network connected to the person that you could interfere with. We need to know that Troy can shut down an implant that is taking nerve response and commands from that.
Can you shut off my hands instead?
I will attempt to start with the hands. And Troy attempts to access the cybernetics implanted into her hands and, well, just deactivate them momentarily. I think that's going to take a roll. All right. That is a +2.
Your hands continue to work.
Still working.
Are you able to use the electrical charges?
Bzz, bzz. Yeah. It's fine.
Huh.
I mean, you could access the hands. Question comes is, can you figure out what's going on in said hands to see? Because, like, I know shit connects to my body, but I don't know, like, the full in and out of it, so.
I'm able to see that your hands are accessing the data networks. However, it would appear that the security measures that even the standard security measures, especially perhaps for a medtech level, are a bit more advanced than than something more typical like a codex.
I mean, I remember something like that. They would say it would be, like, a little more difficult to get into, but, like, I was like, okay, cool. You're running me through the basics. Cool, whatever, man. So, yeah.
Hey, Karen, you're designing to replace someone's limb. And that limb seemingly uses your body as a power source. does not require maintenance because of its capability in the modern day. And at no point would you really need to detach it without that being a specified, like, installment that you asked for. Is that thing going to have an off switch?
Why would it?
You are thinking of these things as machines or programs, Troy. These are artificial limbs. They are not as simple of a system.
Well, the question I would have to ask is, can you shut off nerves that connect to them? Like, because whenever I shock up my hands, right, I feel like a little pull in my tendons right here, right, before it sets up the shock. So there's like something feeding in from like my normal shit to my mechanical shit. So maybe you could just figure out where those points are and then get them to either like stop, start, something, jitter. This way you could start fucking with that.
That is more apt of a direction to try coming at it from.
Out of character, real quick. These augments. Does Patty have like full-on robotic hands, or are these like?
They're basically robotic hands.
I always envisioned them. I feel free to like completely like just tell me no. But if you give me a second, I will put an image in chat, and this is how I always sort of envisioned it.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. That's fair. Definitely more accurate to the idea of just
For anybody who happens to be watching it, it's V's hands from Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna put the image up, but just go fucking search for V's Cyberpunk 2077 V's hands. I always envision it as like an implant onto the hand sort of situation.
It's that makes more sense because Patty would try to want to keep it as minimal as possible because she's like gets into the tech, but she's not super comfy with it. So keeping it as minimal as possible there, like having implants and having like basically her entire palm and fingers and everything like completely replaced, I think works better in that case.
Okay, so then that means Troy couldn't like hack her hand to close into a fist or something.
No, you'd be better off hacking her eyes because those are complete replacements.
Right.
So if anybody with a technical knowledge, including Patty on this one actually, given their her own hands, but if the two techs plus Patty want to give me
keep in mind she still has a +1 to hack too.
Yeah, if you want to give me lore rolls for possible knowledge on this matter or insight,
all right, it's a +2.
We can.
That's a -2.
I want to spend a fate point to give myself a +2 to that already.
Okay. So
Can use my high concept, mechanical marvel, medical monstrosity.
Cool. So you're going to get a 4.
Total of 4.
Patty just lays out her hands for everybody else to see and kind of examine.
So, Krill. These are updatable. They can be firmware. These things can be connected to. There are firmware patches that can be done for these types of devices. But generally speaking, the method by which it is done is sort of an NFC or direct connection sort of so near field communication or direct connection sort of situation. And the process by which you do a patch on this sort of equipment is sort of a triple handshake situation where it is verified both by the installer to make sure that the thing going in has to be checked going in, and then on the hardware itself, it verifies that the thing coming in is the appropriate sort of packet form that it expects to do this sort of proprietary patching, and then it okays for the installer, and then it goes in. So it's a like multi-step process that is designed to be done sort of on device or locally to device, and isn't really set up for a wireless transmission other than like I said, like an NFC, like literally put your hand on the palm reader sort of situation that is the manufacturer coded. We're looking at basically like Apple coded hardware sort of situation where you replace the screen with a generic one and it's just like, nope, I'm not working now. Right? These are proprietary pieces of technology that can do updates and can be accessed, but doing so is a very purposefully complicated process.
All right. Would Troy be able to garner any of that with his +2?
Troy, I think you would gather that there's no wireless connection for you to connect to. You're looking for something, you're looking for a device that is broadcasting or receiving on a variety of spectrums, and your ability to connect to these seems dampened or limited, and so it's not like most things that you reach out to. When you go to like project into this thing, it's not waiting there for you to, it's not there going, what? It's just sort of a silent dead space because you're not approaching it in the way that it expects. So there's no handshake that occurs. And so it's just sort of a dead thing to you.
All right, so that's why Troy can kind of detect it on the network, but doesn't really have an ability to access it.
It's an electronic device that has a certain capacity. It's not on net. It isn't. Okay. It isn't on net. This would be a hardware layer projection of your consciousness sort of thing, but it's akin to a cold shoulder. It's an electronic device, and you can see that it's an electronic device, but it refuses to acknowledge you.
Yeah.
Okay, assuming... I was just saying, assuming that they kind of relayed all that, the question Patty has is, so if we know, we know he's got the shit in his hands for, the tech, and we know he has the eye. My eyes can't be accessed because it's not designed to record information or do bad shit, right? So
it's meant for in-depth scans that are able to be uploaded to a medical database at a moment's notice when needed. Your eyes are very much so able to record and upload data.
I've never uploaded data. That usually wasn't my job.
I want to establish whether they are or aren't. Yeah. Because they may or may not be. And so I sort of want to somehow hash this out.
Okay.
I don't know how. I mean, they very really could have capacity that you're just unaware of because you don't give a shit.
But Patty's brain would have wanted specifically not to have them communicate to an outside device because she's concerned about either people taking control of it or just wanting to have that privacy.
But that wouldn't have been up to you, given that they were a med tech upgrade.
Okay.
I'm going to be real. Those implants aren't even your property. Not actually.
Technically.
Okay.
Hey.
Kai, this is the question I would ask. So, Kai, 1, flip a coin, and 2, have me make a roll to see whether or not I would actually know that.
Okay. Make it as fair as possible. Okay.
Don't tell me.
Okay.
That's all. And then what roll would I make to see if Patty would have knowledge now?
Just give me a roll.
Okay. That's a +0. Is this going to be affected by any bonuses or just a straight roll?
Give me another roll.
Okay. That's a -3. Okay. I am willing to spend an aspect for that.
I will tell you, I think you might want to hold on to stuff.
Okay.
I just the way this is playing out, I think that this is probably the like narratively preferred way to play this out.
Okay.
So how would you like me to do this? Would you like me to DM this to Karina?
I would say Troy and Krill would have an idea of that capability. Patty's assuming, if true or not, that this can't. So it depends on the information.
I have 4 separate X-rays of your person from past events.
Okay.
I would like to note that.
So
Yes.
Okie dokie.
okay.
Patty's going with the assumption. Are we sticking with the correcting Patty here?
Patty, just give me one moment. I'm not going to be too intrusive on this.
Okay.
And Krill just starts scanning Patty's head. Oh, you're running the Mark 8s. Oh. How badly did you bitch for someone to not have network?
Pretty fucking badly.
Well, you've got a friend, apparently. MedTech does not have very many implants that don't sync up to data, but yours actually don't.
Told you. I fucking pushed for that shit. Because I was like, I am not letting you have access to my eyes 24 fucking 7.
Mind you, you were dealing with a corporation that didn't give a shit. I'm surprised they listened.
Well, look, corporations are corporations, but if you can talk to the fucking guy who's doing the thing, usually he can slip it under the fucking radar.
I too am unable to access your eyes via the network.
Yeah, but
To be fair, there's still implants first, and there's a proprietary program behind them. It is not as simple as just accessing. You at least would need to go through a few proper provisions.
yeah,
you know.
like, it's tech. At the end of the day, you can figure out a way to get in. It's not impossible, right? But
Not impossible, not very easy either, though.
yeah, that's good to know for us a little bit more. So it makes it easier for me to keep my eyes cool. But the important point isn't even me here; it's Perry, right? We don't know if Perry's eyes are connected to whoever or if they're communicating some information. So his eyes could be much more hackable or have more data streams coming in, like in and out, than mine.
Yes, but let's not ignore the actual, much more simpler means of getting this.
Yeah.
There are means to which to access implants through a near physical connection. We could line in directly, but lining into an eye is quite difficult, as they line in on the back side. So we're not going to be exactly plugging in any cables into Perry's eye. However, if he for some reason requires a retina scan, or we can get something on his head that touches his temples, we can access a firmware request. And if you can spoof the expected firmware, you can add in whatever commands you want, as long as it's convincing enough for the physical device to approve it.
So, could you put something on like my knuckles? And if I go for a swing on his temples, connect it there, say he beats the shit out of me, but if I can get the shit beaten out of me and manage to connect in even then, I can at least play it off, and then we've got a route inside of his eyes.
We would require a data transfer device.
I'm just throwing an idea out there, so.
Here. Now, this isn't going to be convincing to any device here. I've got a open source update on standard hand augments. Patty, if you put your hand on the crafting table, it will try and upload. Your hand will reject it because it's
Okay.
non-proprietary.
Okay. So basically, his shit is probably doing the same thing.
Troy, you can see this data stream because it's connected to our network, where it's coming from. Can you see it getting rejected?
Yes.
This is our means of affecting an implant. There is only one other means of affecting an implant, which is if someone has a full neural upgrade, in which their brain itself is a network. Then you could just short out their brain, and everything else would go with it.
Yeah, like people who run on the chair and then get shorted out.
That's shorting out the chair inadvertently hitting them, but sure, I'll take
Yeah,
that
but
as
like the
close enough.
chemicals overload and just short out your brain, you're fried. Yeah.
Yes, usually it leads to unconsciousness, but people have been known to lose their lives in moments when they have not seen medical care fast enough. No, I don't believe our means here's to kill Perry. I don't think that is going to give.
Yeah,
And Krill's just looking over the massive fuck off spreadsheet from the night before. It's like, yeah, no. I don't think that's going to do Gavin any favors if we suddenly start killing the people that are supposedly watching over him.
So fallback is probably run distraction on Perry again, then?
We require... Karen, remind me if I'm wrong. We need to get you and Gavin in a room alone without Gavin's oversight. Correct?
Perry?
Ideally, yes.
Perry is the one who will not allow that. We needed to know what Perry was armed with in case we wanted to do just that, and he decides we are chopped liver in his way. And seeing the massive, massive chains of money involved right now, yeah, I don't think we're exactly going to be that hard of a decision.
Which, okay. I know I went along with it, Karen, because like you said, we needed to do this, we got it done, right? So what the fuck are we looking at exactly? Like, I just went on because you said you needed it, but like, what are we looking at?
Miss Vivian wants to purchase this company, and I am facilitating her purchasing it.
Yeah, but what was
Yeah.
with Ethan last night? What was that?
Oh, what was that?
Yeah, because like the dude was a paranoid ass motherfucker. I'm assuming he's found something that like he doesn't want to tell anybody, or like something big is happening here that we're kind of in the middle of now.
Don't use paranoid as a negative trait. I take offense to that, thank you.
I'm not saying it was a negative trait. I'm just saying he knows something probably, so that's why he's so paranoid.
Yeah, and that's why he showed us, and Krill projects the fucking massive, massive paper trail all brought together in. For anyone watching on the outside, our lovely members outside of session have actually done a massive spreadsheet based off of the many verbal notes we got from Kai last session. No, Kai did not help us complete this and oversight it. We had to do this. I'm very thankful to Caboose and Wordy who put in this effort. Y'all are amazing. All the same, this pops up on the table. Now,
I wish I knew why we called these things Pepe Silvas.
every
Isn't it
time I
from
look
The
it up, I
Office?
just see a dude screaming and slamming against the wall, and I can't find any more context behind it.
I swear it's that stupid Office show that people like to rewatch 10 times over or something.
Yeah, The Office.
I was
Yeah.
I was wondering whether it was gonna get shared. For everybody else, it just got shared, so I got to actually see it. I wondered whether I was gonna get to see this thing or not.
I figured you deserve to see the effort me and Wordy went to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyway, continue.
Incredible work.
I can show you my version later.
Now,
Thank you for reminding me to put it in my fate folder.
we've got a couple of questions now that have to bounce back to our proprietor. Karen, do you think Miss Vivian is aware of the spider's nest that she is wanting to step into?
Honestly, probably yes.
Yeah,
That
she
is
looks like a
great.
conniving bitch.
I think she wants to get in on the spider's web nest.
Yeah.
I can believe that. It's just more. It's less about convincing Gavin to sell to her then. And then it's more convincing these corporations that she would be a better CEO in his place once he agrees to it. But there will not be changing of hands without these people say so.
Depends on how you work it, I guess.
Do we know any locations where this tier of corporate snob come together?
I just assume this is all what they're doing. They're all like fucking each other, dealing with each other behind their backs. Honestly, like, I don't know. They're all a bunch of rich fucks who are all trying to like play each other off, I guess.
There's something a little bit more suspicious in this, Patty. There are companies paying out when they should be the ones receiving in a normal corporate scheme. This is a lot more suspicious.
Yeah, they're probably selling kids on the side. I don't know.
That's like every other one. That's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
what I'm
Right,
worried
like
about right now.
people receiving.
Okay. Anyways, my question
Specialty
was,
good.
yes.
Hmm.
My main question was, do these corporate heads conglomerate physically or digitally at locations so that we can collect more info on them and perhaps lay seeds for this sale?
What did y'all find out in the office? Because I was busy watching the back.
We know there is a board vote coming up. And outside of that, I am not sure if we have too much more information on when these figureheads would be in a same location. Preferably, though, we'd want to find them in a location when they're drinking wine and not willing to execute people.
Did you talk to Gavin at Setabello? Did you find anything from him or anybody else?
I learned a few things. He hates these people, or at least loathes spending time with them when it comes to business. They all have a chokehold on him, including the owner of Setabello. Or at
Doesn't
least
he-
she seems to be close to Perry in that way.
Doesn't he own Setabello?
He does not. It is owned by a friend. Heavy quotations.
Do you know what this chick looks like?
Business suit. Pissy. No shits taken.
Gotcha. So she's trying not to draw attention, probably.
Or, she was on the job just moments before that meeting. The other thing is, and this is a positive in our favor, by bringing up Miss Karen's name and installing the fact that I am her friend there, and we are hoping to have drinks and make friends. Gavin seemed to be effectively letting some steam out, and had a smile on his face the only time the whole night. So I do believe we have a social in. Karen, you were doing quite well there. Just means we need to now push for that social in. And I don't think Setabello is going to be our location when it is seemingly used to be these negotiations with these other companies. At least they're talking business about Zephyr Estates somehow in relation to A to B, where Cetabello, for some reason, has a hand in it, and Perry. I think we had a line somewhere that Perry represented Gavin's father's interests. But I wonder who Perry actually works for. If Perry is not paid out from A to B, who is financing him in his efforts?
Could it
While
be
you've been
Sorry, you go.
While you've been talking, Karen is rummaging through her purse, looking for something. And then she goes, "Oh, damn it, there it is. This is the note I got from the friends when they interviewed or investigated Gavin a few weeks back. Or days, I guess. It was time.
Friends.
Notice the last thing that it mentions. He always eats the same thing. He may be there with Perry, he may be there with friends, but that is a way of contacting him. It's another inn.
He will always have the same meal.
Mm-hmm.
So either we shift up his meal or put a message in his meal?
It's a possibility.
Would they leave him alone if he got food sick?
So, like...
I was just trying to remember and realized I hadn't told all of you all of this.
You're good. Look.
Do we know of any other restaurants that produce these specific meals at a high quality that he would enjoy? Maybe something to divest him away from that establishment where so many eyes are on him, and it would just be him and Perry, and which would be a lot easier for us to separate the two.
He just looks at Karen. That's all you.
I have a feeling the location is set by Perry as well. Even though he might choose that same meal, maybe he chooses that same meal because he has to eat at that restaurant. We could try it, but I have a feeling it's Perry.
How hard's the interview process to work there?
At Cetabello?
Yeah. Could always, sneak me in as the new employee, serve the meal out, put information in there, never show up the next day to work. Who gives a shit?
Can Krill find the application looking for a job page for Cetabello?
Give me a roll.
Saying it now, I bet there just isn't one.
Probably not, but it never hurts.
It's +0.
Apply in person.
Apply in person.
So they've seen both of you. They've never seen me, though, so if we go that route, it depends on... it's fancy-ass restaurants, so they're probably you need to know where the forks are, you need to know your P's and Q's and shit.
Oh. Troy,
Yes, Krill.
how many fine dining and high manner and waiting programs do you have?
I have over 500 serving protocols.
If we could make Troy look a little bit less like a sex bot for a night and look more just like a serving droid, it might be the perfect inn.
Yeah, well, the problem depends on how extensive their interview process is, because this would be more than a single day thing. That's the problem. Maybe we could figure out who works there, get them to be disappearing for a night, cover Troy's face with one of theirs, and then sneak him in?
Patty, are you asking me to surgically remove someone's face?
No. Make a fake copy of their
oh.
face.
Oh,
Oh.
Like, I don't know.
You got me excited.
Me too.
Yeah, we're trying.
Quick
to
question.
Not draw too much attention.
What would happen if somebody picked up that codex that you left behind and pressed connect or call or...
Has one receiving, and it is through a secured, spoofed, and it is encrypted 3 ways from Sunday.
Hmm?
And it will call Karen.
Karen, your codex rings.
I recognize that tone. Karen, good luck with that one.
Fun.
I'm gonna go
Karen
work on the
answers
guns.
it. Hello?
Hello?
Is this who I think I hope it is?
Who is this?
Someone who has an interest in a few things. Is this Miss Sabine?
I'm out for a walk right now. I didn't want to use this where I could be spotted. If you are
Smart.
what I think you are, in face only, in person only.
Where and when?
This evening, Hidden Lantern Restaurant. $7:30. It just disconnects.
Patty's just looking at Karen.
I have a meeting. Another one today.
Is it from the person you left that shit with?
Yes. It seems.
Where at?
Hidden Lantern? Yes, Hidden Lantern Restaurant.
Okay. Found. It's in the map. It's toward the industrial section, north of Paragon Cargo and northwest of Bubble Convention Center. It's southeast of Union Square slums. It's not too far from the main track.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Question is, do you want to go alone or do you want to have some backup?
We'll definitely have backup. I'll be going in alone.
Well, I can either watch from the alley over, or I could go in, eat some food, pretend I'm just getting something there, and then be there just in case.
We'll get there early. Early. And see.
All right. I can bring my rifle and then stow it away in case we need to. While I've got this on my mind, do we want to update Vivian on what we've got now, or do we want to hold off until later?
See, what time is it? It's like 10 or 11 in the morning, probably.
Yeah, we got good 8 hours.
I have a meeting with Ethan at 2.
Look at you being a businesswoman. I could do the meeting with Ethan if you want. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Plan on this. I'll have the meeting with Ethan, then talk to Miss Vivian, then go to the restaurant.
Well, if you've got your whole day packed with meetings, you need me to do anything for you in the meantime? Like take some work off your shoulder or some shit?
Could clean up the robot.
Oh, that one? Sure. I'll get that done in 30 minutes, an hour. Wouldn't be a problem. Cool. Alright, cool. How fancy is Hidden Lantern? Is it like easy peasy or is it like little sneezy?
It's in the industrial area, so probably not.
Okay. Patty just pulls up the menu for Hidden Lantern, just looks at the prices real quick.
There's very little net presence for this location.
Karen, just don't wear anything too conspicuous. No. A windbreaker or something like that. Just... It's not that big of a deal in this situation. Krill is loading a barrel, connecting it to a main fire body. Tell us what you need from us tonight. Think we're gonna need heavy backup or just eyes on the sky? What are you thinking?
What do we know about Sabine?
From what I have gathered, Sabine seems to actually care about Gavin and the business.
If I'm not mistaken, Karen and Sabine have met before, have you not? With a raging Patty playing a character.
Oh, was she one of those chicks that we ran into at the business?
She was the chick.
Shit,
that
sorry,
you
I was so
harassed.
in my zone there. I kind of lost track of them.
Yeah. So, Patty, you can't be in the building.
Can do. I'll watch from afar, maybe, or no. I'll zone in. I'll put like a hat on or something.
We'll see once we look at it beforehand.
No problem.
Probably it won't matter because they're meeting me.
Yeah, but in case they decide to get someone to shoot you or something, I don't know.
We'll have, if there's a back door, we'll have eyes on the back door and the front.
Yeah,
And just in case we're worried about that, Krill just readies a gun, dry fires it to make sure it's working. We've got your back.
Because more than anything, the problem that's going to be is we're a small ass group, not a whole lot of shit going with us. We're starting to bark up some trees here. So
We've
if we
got
bark up,
plastic cannons.
if we bark up the wrong tree, I just want to be prepared in case someone decides to take us out. You know.
Roy,
Yes, Karen.
what can you find about the Hidden Lantern?
Troy brings up a few different search engine results for Hidden Lantern Restaurant. Reviews.
It is a alleyway cafe that you eat al fresco at. There is no restaurant proper. It is very much in the style of Southeast Asian street food. So it is tables and chairs outside of a windowed storefront in a deep alleyway in the sort of industrial section. It's known for good, cheap food. The locals seem to like it. But yeah, nothing amazing, no huge net presence, nothing to write home about. It's just one of the many, many food stalls that this city has.
Troy relays that information to the group and even provides a few ground level snapshots that various people have taken of it.
Hey, Patty. Does that look good for lunch?
Yeah. I think I've had it once or twice there. I just picked up something real quick and made my way, but like nothing I'd go out of my way for.
I'm gonna need you for purposes that I already have established to roll for that to be real or not.
Sure. +2.
You have not eaten there.
Okay. Makes sense. Fair enough.
You may think you have.
Yeah, she's like it's 1 in a million, so she's like, you know.
What I'm getting at is, have lunch there.
Okay, sure. I'll get started on the robot after I finish that. Then I'll head down and have some lunch. Cool, no problem. You want me to pick up anything on the way back?
She's gonna be eating there later.
I know, I was making a joke.
Something baggy and ugly to wear. I don't know if I have one.
Different wig?
Okay. Kai, do thrift stores still exist?
Oh, of course. Yeah. They're a necessity.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Karen, I am in desperate need for some pajamas. Because while I look fabulous, she says, showing that she's still wearing the dress from the night before, I don't want to ruin this by sleeping in this. This is my only nice clothes I have. And we need to go get you something that isn't from your closet. Because I have a feeling you don't have anything that poor, to put it bluntly.
I tend not to wear things that don't accent my shape.
So wear something that doesn't this time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's called not in the closet, Patty. Not all of us have 3 tiers of gym clothes just waiting about.
I'll have you know I've gotten fucked plenty of times, even in gym clothes, so you can suck it.
No one's denying your low quality of partners.
Poe says what?
Whore says what?
At least I get paid.
True. That's fair.
I have not been fucked.
It's really sticky.
Does smell interesting too. Anyway.
Yeah.
Stickiness is typically considered a lack of arousal or proper bodily fluid function.
No, it's still sticky even then. Like, even in it.
This is what happens when he starts deleting some of those protocols. He's just losing info.
No, he's expressing the correct info.
Look. Anyways. I'll go clean up the robot, get some lunch, and then I'll scope the area around. I'll turn on my codec so you can get a recording. Maybe Troy can lay out a map of it, and then we'll be good to roll for tonight.
What were you thinking, Krill, for clothes?
It's just there shouldn't be a thrift shop too far from here, even if we had to just go into the commerce section. You can burn them after you wear them if you never want to see them again.
There's probably a thrift shop just down the fucking street.
We're a bit more central. but you're probably right.
But that shit just pops up everywhere.
Yes.
Anyways, I'm gonna go clean the robot. Tell me if you need anything. Puts in her earbuds, puts on the mask to kill out most of the smell, gets her cleaning chemicals ready, and starts to work on that fucking robot as she starts hitting it.
Give me a roll.
All right. Time to fucking die.
Roll for nausea.
That's -1.
Patty's physique is a 2.
My physique is it's a 2.
You're holding it together. You've smelled worse, you've seen worse, but
the defecation mixed with the age, mixed with the lack of air filtration.
There's definitely moments where it's
Mm-hmm.
You literally have 2 people in the party. One can't smell, and one could turn off their smell.
Yeah. Karen asked me to do it, so I'm doing it. So, yeah, basically, Patty's having one of those moments where she's like, this is both familiar, but also very new, and those combinations of experiences are fucking with her a little bit. So she's getting it bit by bit. She gets the worst out eventually, and you can see the, coming down the alleyway, sinking into one of the alleyway sewers. It's just the line of sludge that just drips down, and it's not in the building, but as soon as you step outside of it, you can just smell every bit of it. Like, the scent is actually starting to transfer now as she's cleaning through it. And it's no longer being as directly in the building, and it's almost like the ratios are switching up as you see the smell eventually just hits the alleyway. And the hipsters are probably either super into it or super against it, so depending on how that goes. But eventually, the robot does get cleaned up as you can see, Patty is probably sprints herself with so much scent.
There is a parting of the Red Sea of hipsters. They smell this, and I mean, this is a group that's used to intense smells, by the way. Bathing is sort of a hit and miss situation. There's a lot of just sort of covering up body odor with patchouli sort of going on here. So they're used to some degree of intense smells. But this slices through that sort of patchouli and fucking body axe spray sort of body odor, middle school boys locker room scent that's going on in this alleyway. As you approach, they just very quickly sort of what the fuck and identify the location of this smell and just part the ocean of hipsters for you. There isn't a single person in your way.
Mm-hmm. Patty is so focused she doesn't even notice that they're going around her. She's just getting it out. And so eventually, probably a good bit of time, just enough for late lunch to come around, there is just a whole section around the robot on the floor where you can see it is crystal and decently clean. Not perfect by any means, but having cleaned the robot where you can actually no longer smell anything on it. And actually, it smells probably a little bit like oranges as she has cleaned it out. She's eventually throwing everything else away, and her jacket is put away to the side, so it's not touched at all or anything. And she's coming out, and you can just see her pull off the mask. She's like, "It's done." That was hell.
Thanks, you made it that much easier to dismantle and refurbish.
You're welcome. Now I need to go take a shower real quick and then go get lunch. And Patty picks up her pack and stuffs her jacket inside. She's carrying the backpack beside her now instead of on her back. This way she doesn't get dirty. And eventually just gets a shower and then sends a message to the group as she's making her way to the hidden lantern. And do we want to cut to anybody else while she's doing that, or are we just fine to keep going with it?
Do we need it?
I don't know.
We were just gonna get clothes. I wasn't.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think we need a whole shopping section for thrifting.
Fair. I was just asking.
God, I love that cat. So cute.
But yeah, Patty eventually makes her way to the Hidden Lantern, and she's making her way off of the station into the industrial section. Kind of just the humdrum of different robots and different facilities all kind of working around her. Eventually makes her way probably to a tighter alleyway.
Huh?
Or is it?
Oh yeah. Okay. So something's about to happen.
Okay.
And y'all are. Wordy's gonna have a reaction, and then we'll see if that spreads out or not.
Okay.
Okay. So you make your way to the Hidden Lantern, right?
Oh no. Okay. It's just a map.
So you make your way to the Hidden Lantern. And it is a Malaysian focused street food stall, right? There's a menu, and there's just a couple of people seemingly, just reading the vibe, probably a husband-wife team. There's a menu up if you want to know the items. I can give you the items. Or you could just sort of
It's kind of like she just runs down it and she'll just pick up something that's decently spicy but isn't going to like make her shoot out of her ass later. So
okay, so like you're looking for like a dish of the sort of the nasi lemak would be a solid way to go.
After working out that robot, she's wanting something to clear her sinuses and probably get something decent in her stomach. So
yeah, as you sort of go down this list there, it's a spicy sambal, fried coconut rice sort of thing, crispy anchovies, toasted peanuts, boiled egg, cucumber.
Hitting her macros per day.
Yeah, and the woman serving it goes fried chicken or beef rendang.
Fried chicken.
You see the guy next to her takes out a piece of fried chicken and starts chopping it up on the butcher block and slides it onto it. She just goes, "That it?"
Yeah, I think that's it for me.
Okay. She closes up the container and says, $12.50.
No problem. Sends over the creds.
Okay. Yeah, it's your little to-go container in a little bag.
Patty's
handed to you.
going to find a seat around the alley. This way she can start scoping it out after she gets the food.
As you can see.
Yeah, just picks up a random spot and just basically turns on her codec so the video is capturing and streaming to the base. So Troy will be able to lay it out
stated,
later. Yep. All right, where is the Hidden Lantern in this?
See the chairs? The tables?
Yep. Well, cool. Anyways, Patty finds a seat, just gives the scan for Troy to send, and eventually once that's cleared, she'll just eat the rest of her food, just kind of watching, see what the whole vibe is, see if there's any like reoccurring people or characters or groups around here that are going to cause some issues for tonight. She's more like, instead of specific details, getting a vibe. She's just trying to tell that out.
There are no characters that you can identify that seem to be repeating. There's a bunch of people coming and going. As I add more NPCs to my list. There's nobody repeat. There's a lot of people who just seem to be here for lunch. A lot of workers, a lot of like dock workers, a lot of local warehouse people, that sort of thing.
Yeah. All right. So as lunch is ending, she's finished up her plate and just tosses it in the trash. She's going to stick around a bit longer as the lunch rush fades off to see what happens from there, because following from the dinner rush and then seeing anybody else who's scoping out the location, seeing if there's anybody else preparing for later tonight, just in case.
Give me a roll.
All right. +0. Can I add my aspect, my friends matter most to me in here, because I'm essentially trying to get ready for Karen's meeting and I want to make sure I'm extra prepared so in case things go off the handle.
You can.
Okay. That's 2 fate points left right now.
So, let's see. Patty, 3. Where are you on where are you seated? Where are you hanging out? Where are you looking?
When she was eating, she was at the hidden lantern, but now she's probably a little farther up, so like past the hidden lantern, probably sitting in that like clustered like fork between the section that goes up and the section that goes to the right. So she's able to see that, and then after a good couple minutes, she'll probably switch down to the bottom section with the 2 routes. This way she can get a view on both sides.
Okay. There is no one apparent in this. There are vendors. There are people who obviously aren't going anywhere. There are sort of the people who work this area. There's a shop right across the way. There's sort of an office, like it maybe a Ripper Doc's office up into the top right. But there's no one that's standing out to you.
Okay. As she's getting ready to wrap it up, she'll send a message to Troy. Says, "I've gotten person view on this. If you want to start getting some bird's eye views on this before we have Karen's meeting, that's up to you whether you got time or not." And
you just get a message pinging. I have already begun constructing a 3D recreation.
all right.
There aren't actually. I mean, there's not a ton of cameras in this area. It's pretty poor. And it's sort of like it's sort of this like industrial retail sort of situation going on, where you're down an alleyway of an alleyway sort of situation. So there's not a whole lot to reconstruct off of unless you start hacking individual codices.
Patty like did a broad scan as she was eating, so she was adding that.
Yeah, that's fine. But for Troy to access, there's not a shit ton of real-time data off of this area.
All right. I think Troy will access a few of the passing codexes, whatever is able to provide him with some useful information, but knowing what can happen if he gets too, I guess for lack of a better word, touchy with the codexes, potentially bad things can happen, so he's being careful about it. So at the sacrifice of having a partially not as well detailed 3D reconstruction that he is able to get elsewhere, he is able to make at the very least a decent enough reconstruction that has been augmented with some map data that he is able to access via the network.
Okay.
So at the very least, he has an idea of where things are and where they're going and where they're coming from.
Okay. As soon as you finish that, do you send it over to Patty?
Yes.
All right, cool. Patty pulls up the map itself as she's kind of looking through her codex. She's marking out particular locations in it. She's taking on the military analysis a little bit to see points of weaknesses just in case, so she can be extra prepared. And eventually, once she's got that kind of laid out, the weakness is probably the best vantage spot to sit. This way you can be able to notice anybody else who's incoming or be able to quickly escape.
Do you want to attempt to do that? Or do you...
I would say description along with a mechanical roll.
Okay.
Yeah. So probably add some investigation here. Maybe? That's a +2.
There's 3 points of entry. There's 3 points of ingress egress. Right? There's the 2 vertical and the 1 horizontal. So there's 3 points that people could come and go. There's multiple points of cover and corners to sort of pull angles from. There's at least 1 pillar that could be used as cover. There's multiple high points. The buildings go up a ways, but they're staggered, and there are points and positions on them that are elevated positions as well that are accessible. There's multiple storefronts that could be utilized for stashing, hiding, covering, that sort of thing along this route. So yeah, that's a +3.
After she gets all of that marked out, she's got like little notes set off to the side, and then essentially she'll send this over to Karen and says, this is the layout. These are the places where you could either get some decent defense. This is probably the best spot you can get the widest range of view. Essentially, she's laying out all that information, and she says, it's up to you where you park, but this is what we can do. This is what we've got. Tell me where you need me, and then I'll set up from there.
You get a thumbs up back.
Yep. Cool. And eventually, after she gets all that laid out, she'll give one more look around, seeing nothing probably. She'll make her way back to the base and hits up the station as it pans away from her back into the city itself.
Krill and Karen are heading back from the thrift store.
Pajamas.
But like, do you do the one piece? I'm still voting on the one piece. I know you got the 2, but I'm just a fan of the nightie.
I get that. But okay, so the reason I really like this one is like really big, like a night dress, but then polka dot pants.
And you sold me with the polka dots. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I can wear it without the polka dots. This would be really cute on its own too, but my butt might be shown a little. So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to. Why are you smiling at me like that?
Is showing your butt a bad thing?
And there's just this wave of conflicted emotions going over Grill. There's like that knee jerk where she's just like wants to say yes, but it's like she's never thought of it. Karen asked it, and now she's contemplating everything. Yeah, I'll get back to you on that one.
Food for thought.
Food?
Hmm?
Changing subjects as what?
Ah.
Yeah. Krill also doesn't know how to turn her facial response systems off, and there is clearly a red flush coming over her as she's picked up her pace a little.
It's okay, hon. You'll learn.
Learning a lot of things about myself, aren't I? Fuck!
The journey's the best part. Just ride the wave.
I'm in my late 20s. This shit should have been happening when I was 16!
You're in your late 20s?
Yeah?
Oh. I didn't know you knew.
Oh no, I have a clock from the exact moment I woke up on that operating table. And I knew my medical sheet from that day.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I don't know my birthday. Just know they dated me from a tooth that was floating in that cesspool of blue goo. Yeah, no. I woke up at 14. And I didn't get out of that lab for many, many, many years.
Huh. That's a time. Okay. Yeah. Age is a thing. Okay.
I'm sorry if it sometimes comes off as very childish that I'm experiencing all these things so late in my life.
Better late than never.
That's true. Just, for a long time, I, just accepted that I, would never have working hormones, desires. I never thought I would eat.
You can eat lots of things now.
You wanna know what that original plan was in that clunker? Find a way to strap as many guns to me as I could. Maybe even a bomb or two. And walk back to that laboratory. Just take it all out with me. Plans have changed. Damn it.
Sorry.
Huh?
Hmm? Sorry, my brain's on a particular track today. I don't know why.
Why, what were you focusing on in that entire speech?
Getting strapped. Anyway,
Wait, I think Troy taught me about that one. The red face is back and she just has no response.
and at this point, we walk back into the base.
Patty will probably regroup a few minutes later. As she comes in, all right, well, Got
Depending on
the.
what that roll is for, yes.
I'm assuming it. Guy hasn't mentioned anything to me.
I'm sorry, did you need to know something?
No, I was just wanting to know, just making sure. That's it. Nope.
Kai,
But-
as a gay man, just was like, "God damn, they're being gay. Tune them out."
It wasn't even that. He was just DMing. He was like, whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bitches.
Yeah. Patty comes back in. So, scoped out the place. Got a reconstruction from our good old Troy, and got the locations marked up. Yep. That's pretty much it for me. So, I'll make sure the rifle's topped off. Make sure it's ready for tonight. Just if we need it. And
You need more gun juice?
yeah, definitely. I definitely need more gun juice to shoot my my tractor beam.
Is this more innuendo?
I don't know. Is the bullet penetrating your mind?
And Krill's face just goes red. It's like, I can't take all this right now.
Patty doesn't even say anything. She just looks at Karen for a moment.
Keep poking it. Keep poking the bear.
Well, you got to make sure there's a back door ready for the kind of shit, you know. You got to be ready at all times. Keep your ass clenched. I'm just gonna go work on my shit. I'll be back. And Patty just disappears around the corner, leaving whatever the fuck that is, as she's just getting all her shit ready, making sure her armor's set, making sure her magazines are checked and shit.
Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. I can't handle this feeling.
Sexual
Patty
healing
is-
starts playing in the background.
Shut up. Patty hits things to relieve stress and anxiety. I would like to hit things.
Okay. What would you like to hit?
Krill just walks into the back room. Just. God.
The first 14-year-old masturbation session.
No, Krill just walks into the back room, sees one of those stupid fucking barrels they've emptied by now, and just starts slamming her fist into it.
Give me a roll.
I just wanted to imagine the moment where Patty's just working on like her
That
magazines.
is a
and guns and-
+2 on the die.
I just want to imagine that moment, and then she just hears a bunch of like random squelching and moaning in the background.
All right. Now give me another roll.
0 on the die.
2. You dent the shit out of it. You start punching it, and you start putting dents in it. And as you do, the skin tears on your knuckles, and by the time you punch it again, the skin has already healed. So you're just going to town on this, and you're starting to put noticeable dents into this barrel.
Oh, that felt good.
Patty is coming back from her work and just looks over the corner. Do we need to set up a punching bag back there or something?
Maybe.
It's less destructive.
Krill just drags the barrel that she's dented into the lab, throws it on the table, and it starts getting deconstructed.
Yeah, well, I'll buy a punching bag tomorrow, and we'll just get that set up over there. It'll take 30 minutes at most. Patty just goes back to her work.
Krill is crafting a claw in the shape of like a boxing glove.
God damn it.
Listen, she doesn't know what masturbation is. She doesn't have means of expressing this
I'm gonna roll
tension.
I'm gonna roll empathy here to see if Patty could understand this. It's a -1. That's a +3.
This is the most basic of human needs and emotions expressed. Of course, Patty understands it.
Yeah, obviously. Patty is like taking a moment where she's like, "Oh God, I'm gonna have to have a talk with Krill." Patty doesn't say anything, but she just turns on her codex and explicitly records to Karen. And she walks over to Krill, and she gives her a moment as she's working on that claw, and just says, "Hey, Krill, how you doing?"
Focused and yet completely unfocused. I don't know what this is.
Oh my God. Okay, so do you feel sweaty around?
Krill just looks at you, perspirating.
Okay, okay. I don't know how to say this. Do you know the concept of arousal?
Yes, many creatures on this planet feel it when they are attempting to mate with another.
Okay, so sometimes humans just experience that without directly wanting it to do it to another person. Sometimes you just are what we call horny.
Krill's head slowly just lifts up. Oh God. What is it called? Would think there might be a person?
When you want to fuck a person? Like somebody in particular, or just a general person?
I don't know. All I know is that I'll be perfectly fine. And then the next thing I know, my brain doesn't work.
Yeah. It's called being horny.
Why is it happening and how do I stop it?
Well, there's a couple methods. You could, 1, fuck a person. 2, go off on your own random room or take some space to yourself, some time to yourself, and just get it out of your system through masturbation.
I
would recommend the second right now because you are neither experienced nor anyone in this area is going to do that for you. So that's for you to figure out. I would recommend looking up some porn videos.
Real talk, Kai. Has Krill gone to the washroom in this new body? Does she require to?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's probably taking a shower at Patty's.
She's taking a shower.
No, they're just absolutely waste disposal. No system is a perfect cycle.
Okay. Has Krill done that yet, though? It doesn't seem like it does. Is it a necessity as common as humans?
No, not as common. It's a far more efficient system, but
That's Krill taking a shit.
What we're getting at is Krill hasn't investigated downstairs.
I think by this point she would have had to have.
At least gone to the washroom.
Yes.
She probably watched a tutorial on how to do it. I don't know how those... You know what? I bet... Give me a second. And, Krill's gonna check her internal systems.
I had a moment where I thought she was going to do it right in front of me. Jeez.
Kai, she is looking for hormonal control inside her system.
Give me a roll.
Patience diamonds.
It's a 0 on the die.
Yep. There is absolutely hormonal control.
She just pauses.
There's no real pause. Not really how that works. It's a complex set of sliders and numerical values.
Oh, God.
You're trying to make her feel nothing whenever that is not a simple process, even for mechanical.
So if you'd
monstrosities.
like to attempt to adjust them, you can.
Krill is too stupid right now.
I just want everyone to know, Karina did this to herself. This is all her fault on her own character.
We joked about this, like, by session 2, and then we put it away thinking it would never be a fucking thing.
Yeah, and then you
And
just
now
magically
it's
bring it.
absolutely a fucking thing.
Yep.
No, this has been playing on the table pretty naturally for a while. So it's just like, fuck.
Yep. So Patty's just sitting here as she's kind of like seeing Krill probably zone out a little bit. She's staring at her internals. So, did you figure out how to deal with it, or are you still stuck right now?
The table's done. And Krill puts on her glove and goes to punch a barrel again.
Is that what they're calling it these days?
Actually, was Patty in the room for the barrel punching?
Yeah, no, she heard it probably, and then she went to check her out.
Okay. Then no.
Yeah. Patty is just like, and then we'll save into the codex for only Karen here.
Are you there for the second round of barrel punching?
She's not following her in that case.
Okay.
Yeah. She's just sending the last bit of the message to Karen. I hope you got every bit of that, and then just turns it off.
Karen didn't have her codex in.
That's fine. That's fine. Patty was just hoping Karen could like laugh with her after.
So there's just a video message of Krill sweating over her crafting table.
Why am I having to fucking manipulate these two last fucking weirdos who are like, one's going on... Like, Patty's having a little bit of a moment. She's like, one's going like full crazy robot man on me a little bit, and then Krill's figuring out what it means to be a person and figuring out hormonal cycles. Jesus fucking Christ.
Holy shit, the two switch places from the first 10 sessions.
Patty, give me a roll.
Mm-hmm. All right. +0.
You resist taking mental stress from this.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely a little painful, but not
a lot.
She's like,
you probably harken back. So company medics,
mhm.
right? Like, and I use company in the military sense here, but oftentimes when boot camp occurs, what happens is that you get young, dumb ones come through, and it's sort of like it's the doc's job, and it's sort of like the CO's job, and it's sort of the fellow cadet's job to take this one who literally like never had to do anything for themselves. And like quite literally, this happens all the time in the military, that they get this young, dumb one who doesn't know to bathe, doesn't know how to do their own laundry, doesn't know
how to masturbate.
Literally knows nothing about nothing, right? Like just absolutely useless. And so a lot of that sort of like hygiene stuff falls to the company medic, and oftentimes.
Yeah.
And so it's probably not the first time that you've actually had to have a conversation similar to this with somebody.
But the real kink in that whole process is having to explain to a person what it means to a person who's just figuring out how to be a person, and then dealing with Troy, right? Those are very new situations, right? Like if it was just like, oh yeah, make sure you wash your ass and all that shit. If you see any weird blisters or boils or weird shit on you, right? Tell your fucking doc or something. This way you can take care of it or some shit, right? Like she knows how to do that, right? This is very much I'm having to deal with people who aren't quite normal, fleshy people, right? And that's the real frustration here. But kind of zones away from her as she's like, great, cool, yep. I guess we gotta treat it like a fucking whole ass company situation. Great, cool. Well, I hope Karen's having a better time than this.
What is Karen doing?
Starting to head to Ethan's.
Forgive me, but I thought the order of operation was Vivian, Ethan, place, or is it's Ethan, Vivian place? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fucking all right. Well then, yeah. I mean, it's a fairly short journey. How are you getting there?
Which one is his again? He was in. Oh god, so far back.
It's on the map.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, right there.
Ethan Carter's opponent.
He builds a dynamic mapping system for them.
I've been
I didn't
using
expect
it.
Then
to
we
have
forget.
just Ethan's apartment on there. I forgot to.
I just want you to know I've been using
I
it
appreciate
thoroughly.
it.
Okay.
I have as
I've
well.
got it. I've literally got the tab open the whole night. I'm not included in this. Thank you.
It was an open tab. I just didn't type it. My fault. I will take the main line kind of around.
Yep.
On the upper one, and then down, and then up, and into it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you probably you walk from the base to Central Terminal there, and that sort of thing, or the station right by you. Either way, yeah, you make your way down to Ethan's. Nothing really of note happens on the way. General politics on some of the news broadcasts. The mayoral race election is coming closer. The fervor surrounding that starting to increase. You get to Ethan's apartment, and what do you do?
Oh. Karen goes around to the alleyway and climbs up the escape.
Okay. Give me a roll.
-1.
So the ladder has been retracted back up, and it's a jump to grab it and get it down. And Karen has literally nothing in athletics. So Karen is hopping in the alleyway, trying to get access to this ladder.
Starts looking around for like a stick or something. Not a stick, but like a...
There's like boxes and crates and refuse that you may be able to give yourself a 2-foot advantage, maybe.
All right. Karen takes a few boxes, tries to find one that's more sturdy than others, and kind of make a nice little platform out of them.
Okay. Karen, you start making your way up the fire escape. What kind of shoes do you have on?
Oh, retracted my heels before I went up at all. Yes.
Okay.
My little shoe heels. Yeah, before I stepped on the boxes, I didn't want to punch through.
Okay. So you make your way up the fire escape. One of the neighbors, as you climb up, sees you out there and says, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing out there?"
Fuck's it look like I'm doing? I'm visiting my friend.
You don't know how to use a fucking staircase?
Was
Or
this
an
not good enough
elevator?
for me?
You know what? Fuck it. Just draws the shade.
That's right. Makes her way to Ethan's window.
He notices the tapping at his window. Give me a roll.
Flat 0.
You scared the dickens out of him. He might have just like left the floor a little bit. Yeah, both feet may have actually come off the floor a little bit with that knocking on the window. When he approaches the window, he's drained. His pallor is a bit white. He's having a moment. He opens the window and just sort of, what? Why?
I thought this was your preferred method.
Just warn me in the future.
Like what, throw a pebble?
Come in.
Karen comes in.
He leans out and looks down the alleyway, looks down the fire escape, and then slides the window shut and draws a curtain.
You got some nosy neighbors, you know.
Most people aren't used to seeing people come up fire escapes.
You taught it to me.
They don't notice me.
Oh, fair. Okay. Fair.
So, what can I do for you?
Oh, didn't we have a meeting thing? Didn't...
Oh, well, sorry. a little shaken right now.
Well, glad to see you're awake.
Well, if I wasn't before, I certainly don't need my coffee now. With that, he's reaching for a cup of coffee.
Can you tell if that's a fresh cup? I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
You stir it a little bit, and it's just it freshens it.
Yeah. Okay.
So, have you learned anything?
Between yesterday and now. I have a meeting with Sabine, at least who I assume would be Sabine, the phone that we left behind. Got a phone call.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good idea. You got in and out cleanly. Then left evidence of us being there.
So you think we shouldn't go to this meeting?
Oh no, more information's always better. But
Hindsight always it's a fun thing for me.
just saying that, if something does go wrong, I'm going to say I told you so.
One of those. Okay.
Like recognizes like.
Fair.
So, when's your meeting with Sabine?
7:30 tonight.
Public place, I assume?
A restaurant in the industrial area.
Close enough. Anything else?
Other than our lovely Pepe Silva, whatever that is.
Give me a roll.
+1.
I've been looking into some of Gavin's friends, the Van Cleefs. It turns out that while they seem relatively well off, the circles they move in have some intensely powerful people in them. Did you know that Zafira is on a first name basis with about 2/3 of the general council?
No. Okay. 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 Okay.
They were at her art gallery when the entire Arcology Council was doxxed.
Okay. Huh. Okay. That makes it a little bit bigger than I was thinking, but okay. Okay.
That's why you don't go around knocking on people's windows. Some of us are on edge.
Oh. Valid. Okay. Yeah, most we've learned was about Perry.
Oh, Gavin's body man.
Yes.
What do we know about him?
Just cybernetic enhancements, eye, blades, muscles.
So your standard contractor kit.
Yes.
Have you been in contact with Gavin?
No, not directly.
So
I've talked to him.
let me ask you, why are you... I know how I came into this. How did you come into this?
I am a facilitator.
Uh-huh. And what are you attempting to facilitate?
Gavin doesn't want to be running this business as much as I can see, and someone wants to relieve him of that business.
Okay. Okay. And you're having trouble getting near Gavin.
Yes. A2B is really the only link I'm interested in, but good to know what it's connected to.
It's a small piece that seems linchpin-ish.
Yes.
So, I'm more interested in toppling this house of cards. It seems you're more interested in swapping a card for another card.
Honestly, I don't know what their intention is in owning it, but probably yes.
Okay. Well, we'll deal with that impasse when it comes.
Why are you so interested in undoing this?
Oh, habitual tilting at windmills. Give me a roll if Karen even knows what he means when he says that.
Kind of doubt it.
Yeah.
The -1.
Yeah, one lore is not going to do it on that. So, yes. Feel free to react as you will.
I thought the Dutch all died.
I have a soft spot for lost causes. Hopeless cases,
Oh.
picking up strays,
Yeah.
doing the right thing, even though the rest of the world insists on moral ambiguity.
Sorry.
Telling the truth. Speaking truth to power. I'm a disgusting pervert in that way.
Yeah. Have you sought therapy?
I'm told I'm an anomaly.
Okay.
It's generally why I'm persona non grata at most of the major news agencies. Journalistic employers tend to fire me and blacklist me, and it's difficult for me to get interviews with anybody important. Because I tend to print what they say. And I tend to fact check what they say.
Integrity?
There you go.
Ah.
Yes.
Heard of it.
One of the most expensive items one can have in our world.
Okay. Okay. I can respect that at least.
So, who you working for?
If they buy it, I'm sure you'll figure that out.
Can't blame a boy for trying.
Know that I will be talking to them.
I don't know if I can ask you this, but if you could leave my name out of the conversation, I would consider that a kindness.
I will do my best. They may ask.
I think you can find your way around a topic.
Good sources are nice to keep.
On that, we can agree.
I feel like it's a journalism thing.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to keep you from your meeting.
Yeah. Have some things to mull over. Yeah. Appreciate that.
Would you like to leave via the front door or the fire escape?
Close the front door. Not as fun.
He starts walking towards the window. Who am I to deny a lady her fun?
Appreciate you.
Opens the curtain, opens the window, and holds out his hand to help you through the window.
Karen takes it. I guess I won't be mentioning your name.
Good luck.
Thanks, Ethan.
He slides the window down, draws the shade.
Is the neighbor there?
The neighbor's blinds are still closed.
Karen shouts at the window. Mind your own business, asshole!
Use a fucking elevator!
Have you seen my ass? Not worth it.
Fair!
Mm-hmm.
give me a roll.
+3.
As you are, as you turn away and start like going down, you catch out of the corner of your eye that the blinds sort of just.
Aaron sachets a little bit extra. And heads to Miss Vivian's.
Okay, we're doing it in person.
Mm-hmm. Roundabout way, but yes.
Okay.
Can we briefly cut to Patty?
Yeah, by all means. As Karen makes her way to Innocence, are you in that roundabout way? Is there anything I need to know about?
Just because she needs a minute to think, she's going to head out towards the spaceport, and then on that bridge that comes back over to the residential area.
Okay.
From that peninsula.
All right. Okay. So yeah, you're headed over to Farragut. You're just gonna. Okay. Cool. All right. Then, as Karen sort of goes and watches, but possibly just because you can see it from a distance, and as you walk, you can absolutely just watch the various launches that Farragut has going constantly. Karen just sort of contemplating possibly what giant pile of dog shit she may have stepped into. The camera cuts to Patty. What's Patty up to?
Patty's out local shop. She's picking up a couple of things for Krill's new discovery of herself, and just kind of setting that in a small bag as she's shopping. She's got her codex pulled up as she's just finishing up the last bit. She pulls up the riddle, but instead of obsessing about it this time, what she does go to is she goes to a forum where it's one of those stupid like riddle solving forums where like, hey, I have this riddle, I don't know how to solve it, can somebody help give me an idea or like give me the answer? So she goes to that, sets up like a free random account, puts the password back somewhere, and eventually she'll just drop the current riddle of the exigency shared or cleaves, because she's clearly stumped and she figures let the hive mind of the internet figure it out for her and then come back from there. Right? Like, at least give something for her, because at this point, she's got nothing else. But she'll send that off, and as she's digging around, like, that one's bothered enough. But she, different moments, you can kind of get a cut between different moments in the process of, like, the last day and a half. You can see, basically, Patty's been rewatching the recording that Krill got of her going full like influencer flow Rickenbaum. Eventually the go with the flow, the whole aesthetic that she sold. And Patty's stomach is a little tight as she's been thinking about it, right? And eventually she's pulling up a couple like couple acting classes that are available, maybe like private acting tutors, and kind of looking at the different local theaters of like semi-popular, like she's just like cutting down the list as she's looking through prices, she's looking through like reviews, she's starting to narrow down to where she can eventually find somebody that is local, that isn't too expensive, but like is good at least teaching people how to either act or put on a persona so they can be able to do their job effectively. And, you know, eventually comes down to somebody, I'm leaving that up to you, Kai, that she can narrow down to the list towards and save that on a tab for later to come back to whenever she's not busy. She essentially is like, okay, if I'm going to pull in some extra cash, if I'm going to do this whole persona, right, I need some professional help. And she's gone fine on her own for the last few bits, but she wants to get some real training, at least a little bit. This way she can be able to sell it, right? This is Karen's whole field, but if Patty has to lean into Karen's whole personality, she needs to get somebody who can help her think a little like Karen, right? She needs somebody that can get her into that whole headspace and be able to sell that harder. And so she's finishing up her shopping, finishing up her brief traipsing on the internet, and then eventually makes her way back to the base as she has that all saved.
So when you were looking that up, you find a very prominent series of social media videos, presentations, a web presence. There is a person named Tony the Stage Marino, who is a sort of early 50s, slightly worn looking gentleman, who's got, sort of this salt and pepper streaking gray, brown hair that's slightly styled, right, but constantly disheveled. He's constantly sort of running his hands through it and that sort of thing, but he's got these piercing blue eyes and this actor's strong jawline. And he offers acting classes. That is, he was a once promising actor. And he has, on his sort of credits list, he's got bit pieces here and there, and that one daytime soap where he got 8 episodes before they killed him off. And so there's a sort of, that tagline as seen on, and that sort of thing going on. And he offers individual and group acting classes.
Okay, there we go. I've got that all written down. All right, and as soon as she sees this, she's like, "Oh, he's a lot," and she can like instantly just read the vibe of kind of how he looks and like kind of what he's selling. She's like, "Oh, he's a lot," but that might just be what I need. And she stores that away for later, seeing like she'll. Is it like specific dates he sets, or is it just whenever the person arranges?
Oh, it's there. He's not lucky enough to have.
Yeah, I figured I'd ask.
Yes, it's very much contact me anytime sort of.
She what she does is she's putting the bag on her arm. She actually calls his number directly.
You get a voice message that, hello, darlings. Tony the Stage Marino here, and I would love to have answered your call in person, but so busy, as you must know. So please leave your name and your contact details, and I will get back to you immediately as soon as I possibly can. Doop.
Ding. And as that goes, she... this is Patricia. I'm looking to get some individual acting lessons. I kind of accidentally stumbled upon some fame and I need some help from there. ? Hit me back at this number. I can pay the acting lessons, so just call me back or send a message back. Thanks. Ends it.
Your codex is ringing.
She picks it up. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, is this Tony?
Ah, yes. This is Tony. Of course it's Tony. What can I do for you, my lovely?
I just left a voicemail, but I'm looking to get some acting lessons from you.
Ah, yes, of course. Of course you are. Ah. Yes, acting lessons. I can do that. Of course, I can help you with that. Time is it? Yeah, I suppose I can fit you in. I just need a cup of coffee.
I'm not available today, but I can set up maybe tomorrow or the day after.
Yes, that would be best. Pants.
What's your poison?
Pants. What? Oh, no, my dear. Purely method. I would never. You hear a cork in the background.
All right, just remember when the hangover hits, hit it with a nip of whiskey and you'll be good to go.
There's a glugging, and he's like, oh yeah, coffee, yes. You have the distinct feeling that his coffee has very little coffee in it. So yes, pen, paper, is that a thing we do still? What, 2 days from now, yes. How about I send you my details, and I will send you my details, and you can simply confirm what I send to you.
Okay, can do. Do you want me to send what the thing I kind of ran into to get you an idea to look at? Like, basically, I accidentally got a little popular, and I'm just kind of at a loss for it.
We can. A part of my approach will be to look at your acting reel, as it were, so we can review your works as they are, such as.
I'll send it over through Codex after I end the call. Thanks for your help.
Always a pleasure to help a young and up-and-coming actor. All
right, well, thanks for your help, Tony, and hope the hangover isn't too bad. And she just ends the Codex call and then sends the details with the acting reel over, the whole go with the flow vid, and she'll make her way back to the base as it probably cuts away from her. She's like, okay, so I found somebody who's worse than me. Great. Cool. That's gonna be interesting. And just cuts away from her as she walks inside.
So, what, where is Karen by this point?
Oh. By this point, she's walking around the corner to the Lost Innocents Club.
Okay. As you approach, there's a couple of guys, a couple of doormen. There's no line. It's the middle of the fucking day. And they just take one look at you, and they just, it's different guys, and they don't seem to be on the lookout for you in particular. So they just see a pretty lady, middle of the day, coming up to Lost Innocents. That's not an uncommon occurrence. So they just sort of wave you on in.
Thank you, boys.
Ma'am.
And, yeah, Karen heads inside.
You go inside, and Vivian is in the back corner holding court. You can see that there's a couple of gentlemen in the booth with her. Give me 1 second, actually. She does not notice you as you walk in. What do you do?
Head over to the bar.
Okay. Bartender's there. Sort of towards the back, get you closer to Vivian for sure. The bar's in the sort of back right of the club anyway. And so as you approach, you catch his eye. And he says, "What can I get you?"
A seltzer would be great.
Good enough. And he just sort of grabs a glass from under the counter and from under the bar and just it's like ice.
If you don't mind.
He drops a couple of cubes in and puts a little thin black straw and puts it on a cocktail napkin and slides it across the bar to you.
Thank you.
If you need anything, let me know. He goes back to cutting limes.
Karen looks around. Is the DJ there as well? His booth?
Middle of the day, it's basically just on fucking laptop mode.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not this is essentially an office at this time of day more than anything else. Yeah, vendors coming and going, restocking supplies. Yeah.
Is there anyone else at the bar?
No. You could wait a bit and, maybe one of the people working, because there are the various booths around Lost Innocence that actually, they film in and that they do vids in and they do VR stuff in. And so, if you wait a bit, somebody will eventually get done with a midday job and possibly join you.
Yeah. Karen will sit and wait.
Okay. We'll see which comes first. Person working or whether the meeting ends. What is the rest of the group up to while this is occurring?
Patty's walking over to Krill. She pulls out the bag of different things she just bought. Says, "All right, so you got new weird hormones you're dealing with. Here's a bag of useful shit. Got vibrators, we got dildos, we got some lube. So this is basic shit. You can start from here. Just nothing too crazy, right? Just whenever we're all away from the day and you all need some private space, there you go."
Krill just stares into the oblivion. Thank you.
Look, I know it's going to feel awkward. I know it's going to feel weird, right? But you've heard me and Karen fucking inside of a car outside of the base. So, how much more weird can it get?
Thanks for the reminder on that one. Grabs the
Alright.
bag and just turns around.
All right, no problem. You need anything else? You need me to pick up some food or something?
I will figure it out myself.
All right, no problem. I can pick up a quick thing from Zigu, but yeah. And then she just sends a message over to Troy. Need anything? Good to go? Rolling?
You see Troy come back to his body after being gone for a few minutes, and just as he just walks back up to you, he just says, "I do not believe I need anything."
Just checking in. And then just sends one final message to Karen as she's probably heading around to Vivian at this point and just puts thumb up ?
Sorry, I distracted. What did you say?
Just thumb up ? She's basically asking.
Are
if
you
she's
at
good.
Vivian's? Yes or no? That's what she's asking.
Less that,
Thumbs
just
up.
making sure she's okay.
Thumbs up back.
Alright, cool. And then Patty will just go back to her own little corner. Probably for all intents and purposes, even if she's not going to trying to be directly solving the riddle, she is kind of just like sitting there. She's doing some stretching.
Give me a roll.
All right. It's a -3.
Okay, so you don't really have any like people online, so you're relying on literally the randomness of the net for this to catch somebody's attention.
She's hoping it will catch someone's attention. Probably not, but putting the feelers out there.
Okay. It is potentially being worked on.
Mm-hmm.
So we cut back to Lost Innocence, and the two guys that are with Vivian stand up and hand Vivian a sort of a set of papers, and they start walking away.
I try and catch her eye.
She definitely sees you now. Yes, she sees you and gestures for you to just.
Karen heads on over.
You see her taking the papers, and she just sort of taps them down and places them over to her right, face down. Well, to what do I owe this honor?
I felt like you needed an update.
Okay. Updates imply progress. I like progress.
Found out a few things. There's some interesting connections in this whole system that A2B touches on. Have you ever heard of one of his friends, the Van Cleefs?
Doesn't ring a bell.
They're involved in some of the businesses that A2B deals with. And it appears that there's weird business relations between some of these connections.
Business makes strange bedfellows. That's nothing out of the ordinary.
Zafir herself happens to know a couple of the council board members on a first name basis.
Well, I mean, I know the local council members. We all.
Okay. Then you're aware of what A2B is connected to?
Give me a roll. I'm gonna mechanics this because I don't want you to miss a pitch that went by.
+2.
She said local council.
Ah. I mean the High Council.
How high?
Like when they were doxxed the other day, some of them were at her art gallery.
Ah, okay. So the General Arcology Council. All right. That makes sense, actually. You think about it.
So there's a chance that the connections made in this business will need to include some of those. Wanting to make sure that you are aware of the level of connections these people seem to have.
I mean, I had suspicions, but I figured you'd be fine.
Just wanted to make sure that you knew how deep these waters were. Not that you can't handle them, but I felt like it was my duty to tell you.
I find that deep waters are the best places to see if somebody can swim.
Very true.
So, any luck in obtaining me what I wish to be obtained?
I'm working on it. There's quite a few moving parts. But getting Gavin to agree seems to be something he would want. Just have to convince everyone else that it's a good idea, too.
Ah. Okay, well, I trust that it's in your capable hands.
I appreciate that trust. Well, if you're more than willing to dive head in, I will move forward.
So are we done?
I think so.
Okay. Well, then I look forward to my next update.
I hope it's one that's a bit more final.
Well, then, until next time. Ms. Karen?
Miss V? Karen turns and walks out.
Okay.
And heads west a bit on the train before circling back around to the central station.
Okay.
Heading back to base.
All right. When you rejoin back, Patty will come out. So, how'd she take it? Still on board, like conniving as she is, or anything new?
Seems perfectly comfortable with moving forward.
All right, cool. So all we've got left today is the meeting with what's her name?
Sabine.
What time is it now, Kai?
We're past 2 o'clock, or probably 3 o'clock.
All right. So, what time do we want to head down and start getting set up?
If we want to install fortifications that we can use to take advantage of any situation that turns awry, the latest we want to be there is by 6.
That was my thought as well.
How many drones do we want for this one? Because we've got the two main sides. Maybe get one up top, one up bottom. This way we can see both directions.
Yeah, we'll have surveillance drones in place. And what we also will have is snips.
For the extra laser just in case.
Yeah. Twin linked plasma cannons will come in handy.
Cool. All right. So, Karen, you want me on top, or you want me sitting looking like a regular?
If we could get snips in one of the more higher locations, they would be less conspicuous than you.
Okay. All right, can do. So I'm leaving my rifle at home this time.
I didn't say that.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. Cool. We could probably figure out a way to get up there. If I'm looking at this, either we go one where the little air fan is onto the top right corner, or if we go in the middle, we can get a decent view from both sides there with snips. I'm thinking those are probably the best spots.
I think it would be easiest to put snips from the dumpster up on the one with the fan.
So snips will get a laser cannon view that way. I'll probably be pointed in the way opposite, so snips will be this way, I'll be that way, probably. Unless we want to go double vision on looking down.
When you say dumpster, what dumpster?
If you look at the top right corner,
Okay.
there's a little dumpster that connects to a wall that could be quickly hopped up.
Sorry, I was at the other side of the map.
You're good.
Snips could be there. You could be behind the pillar, as long as you're not... You're kind of in the crossfire then.
Well, you know me, I'm good at being in the crossfire. It ain't the first time I'm taking heat directly at my face.
Get it on tape next time.
I don't think I want to record it just in case somebody hacks our shit.
I was talking about something else. Anyway.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay. And then...
Get a couple drones flying above.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Alright. Troy, how many cameras are around here?
Not a lot.
I'll let you roll.
All right. That's a -1.
The only cameras that exist are internally. So if you look at various like stalls and door entrances and that sort of stuff, the cameras are in the sort of shop fronts adjacent to. None seem to be giving you alleyway views.
I am unable to locate any alleyway at cameras. All visual feeds I'm able to gather of the area have been internal.
Okay.
I can only see from the storefront.
So would we say it's probably a better use of your time if maybe you can access Sabine's stuff directly? Because we'll know where she is going to be. We can have you hop into her shit, maybe put like a beacon for you to tap onto later, maybe extract some information. Like, it depends on how much we're willing to pull out of her in case either she's trying to shoot us or if we just want to keep an eye on her.
risky. If she is anything like you have described, a high-level executive will likely have a more secure codex than I am used to dealing with.
I can also try and boost it from her pocket.
Well, the question is, do we know that... Sorry.
I was just going to say, I'm not sure if I can jerry-rig a device I've specifically encrypted to do one thing and one thing only. What we can do is build you a booster that you can connect underneath the table, which might give him easier access in a radius around said table.
You think it's a good idea to hack her shit, or what do we think?
I'm very much so usually in the favor of pilfering through people's private data, but if she's coming here on good faith, my instincts say we need to not betray her so that good faith is honored back.
Why?
I know my usual instinct says that same thing, but like having more information even on our allies never hurts.
My only thought... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, plus, if we can manage to track her and get recordings of places she goes, information she does, we can potentially use her to jump off to either Gavin or somebody else that is more important.
The reason I'm hesitant about it is because I don't want her misinterpreting us as corporate espionists and backing out as soon as possible.
Isn't that technically what we're doing?
Yeah. Like, if I was in her position, I would assume anyone who wants to talk to me privately is someone doing this.
I guess. Alright,
I
I'll
think
start
it would
working on
be-
the booster.
Either a booster or I can try and snag it, and then it's
Hell.
in my possession.
We don't even need a booster. What we could do is put some tracking beacon or something like that and just sneak it into her purse so Troy can follow it back wherever she lives.
If you're able to physically attain her device, accessing it from me will be significantly easier.
It depends on whether or not we want to know her locations or we just want to know what's inside her codex. Although, if it's her codex, we could probably figure out where she lives anyways, based on communication. Do we want to do booster, or do we just want to take her device directly? I'm fine either way. I just want to make sure we're confirmed on that before we go into this.
Whichever one has the higher rate of success. I think me stealing it.
You're pretty good at that. So, steal
You are
codex.
very, very efficient at deciding someone else's thing is yours.
It was never theirs.
So, steal codex, get it back for Troy, get all we can out of it, and then go from there.
Do we want to put it back before they notice, or are we just stealing it and dealing with it?
No, I want them to keep it. I just want us to have backdoor access.
Gotcha.
How long would
Right.
it take for you to do that, Troy?
If I have the device in hand, it'll take me less than a second.
How long would it take if Karen has the device in hand?
It would potentially incur a few more milliseconds at best, potentially several more seconds at worst case scenario,
You think
potentially incurring up to a minute or two
I'm
under a
assuming-
devastating case scenario.
Gotcha. I'm assuming Karen can keep her yapping for that long at least.
Yes.
All right.
Most likely.
As long as she isn't likely to shoot us. Like, keep in mind, we're going with the assuming she's going to be friendly, and if she's not, we're prepared with me on the back end and Snips on top to take down some assholes just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the plan is get it set up, be prepared for in case other people are going to try and fuck with us. Either fuck with her, fuck with us, or her have her people fuck with us. Okay. Second is get access to the codex, get Troy hopped in, Karen keep her yapping until Troy gets access to the codex, sneak the codex back in, and then we have a backdoor in for whenever we need it. And then while Karen is trying to figure out whatever she can from Sabine.
Mhm.
Okay. Seem good to everyone? Need anything else?
I will follow through on whichever direction you give me.
I'm looking to Karen for that one. Whatever she says her gut does best.
Whatever you need to get physical access once I have it.
Then perhaps it may be best that I accompany you.
What if you could just go, like, well, we did it last time at Home Emporium, right? Like, you just plug something in? Or I'm maybe misremembering. Like, if we could just get something to plug it into the codex real quick, that's direct physical access for you. Because having you there, I think, is more of a hassle than just having you hop in.
Sure seems like a good idea, dongle. Just plug it in, direct access.
I've got the blueprints for one of my systems, so yeah, I could work one up in no time.
We could just get that whipped up real quick.
Then that should give me more adequate access.
Okay. How long is it going to take you, Krill?
Like 20 minutes most.
Cool.
Yeah, no. I've got this.
Gotcha. Yeah, cool. So Krill gets that whipped up. Karen will have that on her when we need it. Once you get the codex, plug it in under the table probably, and then Troy hops in the dongle, hacks to the codex, gets the back door. I keep an eye out in case some assholes decide to disrupt us, disrupt Sabine, or have Sabine's assholes disrupting us. Okay. Cool.
I will be honest. I think this should be an all hands on deck situation in case it turns terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah. I'm just because if we, I don't know what they might do to Troy's shit if he's in physical meat space. So it just, I don't know. It just seems to me like you work more smoothly when you're out of body than in body.
That is a very apt observation.
He's also capable of lifting anybody in this room without a physical body if need be.
That is
I
also
mean,
true.
If it comes down to it, I can fucking hightail it with Sabine or Karen. So
It's not. We are not discussing moments of where you have a good opportunity to escape. We are discussing moments where escape isn't an option and fighting is the only one. We should be there just in case.
how many weapons do you have on your physical body, Krill?
In this one, currently, I've got a claw.
And
As
Troy,
well, I've got now 6 cases of assault rifles if I need it.
Troy, how many weapons do you have? How good are you with shooting your gun?
I have no programming regarding the use of firearms or any weapons.
I'm not gonna lie here. I'd rather keep y'all here because I don't want dead weight in case shit goes down.
Yeah, Troy is not useful in field.
I
in this
I
instance.
understand wanting to have all hands on deck, But the more people you have who can't handle a firefight, the worse we're off. Because that means I have to keep y'all alive while we're running through this.
And Troy doesn't need to.
Plus, if it comes down to it, if it's just me and Karen running out the back, then we could just hop over the front of Hidden Lantern or something and just quickly make our way out. So it's much faster 2 people than trying to take 4. The only big issue might be is getting Snips later, but like, as long as he isn't in the way and doesn't get noticed, then we're going to be okay.
Where do you feel like you'll be most useful, Troy?
The only stipulation that I have about staying at the base is I do not know what this codex is capable of.
You want to walk out? You want to take a walkabout before hacking?
That may be the appropriate case. I am aware that while on the software layer, a trace could potentially bring us back. However, while I have not seen such a thing occur on the hardware layer, I'm still becoming familiar with the capabilities of this layer.
So there's 2 layers acting between. All right, cool. So we could just pull the car out, pull it in a random parking lot, and then I'll make my way down. And then once we're set up with Snips and the other drones, Karen will make her down about the same time, and then a little bit before, and then you'll set up, and then we'll be good to roll. Seem right?
Potentially. I may not even need to leave the car.
Yeah, I didn't say need to leave the car. Just park your ass some random place. This way you can hop from wherever.
That sounds reasonable.
Cool. All right. So if we're good to roll, then I'll get my rifle, make sure I got my gear set. I'll probably get a couple flash bangs before make our way, so in case either some smokes or flashes. So Kai, to the rest of the group, I'm assuming we're going to like cut a little bit ahead. This way we can start like just easing the dead time, and then Patty will probably pick up like a flash or 2 and then a few smoke grenades just in case. And then is Patty carrying Snips with her to set them up?
If you are hell-bent on me not being physically there at the beginning to set him up, yes, you can bring him along.
I mean, if you want to come up, set up, and then leave after, that's fine. I was just like, in that moment, I don't want Krill there because of heat of battle.
Whatever Krill feels like.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real. You're far squishier than me, Patty.
Yeah, but I'm far better at taking bullets than not.
No.
I move faster. I can shoot back better.
That's a response. But I'm not in my old body. I'm not afraid to get up and in there. And I plan on being an active member of this team.
Okay. I'm just worried that if you get shot, you either won't be able to retaliate or be able to extract yourself when needed. That's my concern.
That's why we have you, Patty. Literally why we have you.
Okay. Okay, cool. So, you want to head out with me? We'll get Snip set up?
Yeah, let's get going.
All right, cool. You want me to put any drones in my bag or just have them follow along in the sky?
They're gonna launch from me anyways. We'll set them up.
All right, cool. No problem. All right, we'll tell you when we're there, and then we'll tell you when we're set up.
Now, Krill, since you're hanging out, where would you like to be?
Okay. Trash cans covered. There's this stall down at the southwest end. Did we get any information on what this location is specifically?
You mean the southeast, the one on the corner?
Sorry, southeast, yes.
It's a little Japanese style food stall.
Perfect.
Yeah,
I will-
It's directly in the middle.
I will be getting a meal. And having...
We're gonna be there a while.
It's
I can eat a lot.
It's one of those like company man fucking suit sort of things that you see lining the alleys of Japan, where it's just like a weird tarp sort of thing, and you go in and it's just this tight little space with like, 5 fucking seats in it. And
Yeah, I've eaten in one.
yeah, those places, like, dude, they hang out there all night. Once you're in there, that's sort of your seat. Like, feel free to get drunk, feel free to just keep eating. Yeah.
Cool. As they make their way along, she's like, do you need me to keep eyes off you as you set up snips?
Watching my back while I set up the drones, yeah, is always
Sure. No
helpful,
problem.
but once I head over to that stall, just focus on the key location.
Can do. Patty is going to keep an eye out as Krill's setting up snips just to see if anybody's paying any particularly focused attention besides the what that person's doing kind of thing.
Where are we when this is occurring? Are you already there, or you're just in transit?
We're at Hidden Lantern right now area.
Okay, that to be fair for Kai's sake, that just kind of happened like that.
Yeah, I figured we didn't need to describe the whole process.
Okay.
We can at least say we got in the car and went.
Yeah, I'm like, did we? Okay, so
Yeah, right. How did we
Sorry.
get there?
I assumed we were taking
teleported.
Or we took the train. We just need to say we took a travel.
Yeah. Okay. So you make your way to the alley and Hidden Lantern. So you're approaching in from the south.
See, it's the closest place from the station, right?
You would actually, yes, it would be.
All right, cool. Just making our way up from the south. What time is it as we're approaching right now?
I'm assuming it's around 6 o'clock.
All right, cool. Patty will just post up on a corner, just kind of sitting there for a moment as she lets Krill set up snips.
So you wanted to do a roll, right?
Yeah, just to see if there's anybody who's going to notice in particular.
Give me a roll.
I assume if we're setting up, other people might be setting up if they are.
Give me a
That's a
roll.
-2 though.
You see nothing out of the ordinary. It's you spot no one that is the same from when you were there earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, Krill is very a paranoid person. She also would clearly check before she set her drone down.
Vendors, there's they're all the same.
That's only that with my rolls, inclling the modifiers. That's only a +1. She ain't seen shit.
It's better than
probably.
Patty's -1.
What is Krill? Krill's just looking. Snips isn't set up yet.
Snips is not set up. She's just seeing if anyone is like tracking her
No.
while she's walking through the area.
Yeah. I mean, other than an occasional like just sort of glance up and back down from like vendors and stuff, nobody really pays much attention. Plus in NSF, like if you're walking down an alleyway and somebody's eyeballing you, that's sort of this is a New York sort of city. It's a big city sort of situation, right? You keep your eyes to your fucking self. It's ground up sort of situation. You don't go eyeballing people. So yeah, occasionally a vendor glances at you, but really nobody's paying you any mind.
Cool. She walks around behind the trash can and puts Snips down. Snips is not in deployed mode though. So remember how Snips could like turn into Krill's hat kind of shape? So it just kind of looks like she just sat a trash can lid on top of the dumpster.
Okay.
And while being behind there, I'm going to make a stealth check see if anyone is watching me now.
Okay, so
I
you
succeed
are,
on that-
and that dumpster is that sort of northeast corner, right? That dumpster.
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
All right.
Yes. Because if
So
this is
that
a
would be
successful
an investigation roll for you.
investigation.
Yeah. If you're trying to,
spend a
like,
fate dice to re-roll that.
cool. Is it your first or that's your second expenditure this session,
That is
right?
my second expansion.
Okay.
Wow.
Jesus.
It's -3 both times.
The dice are not in your favor today.
So that's a 0. No one's paying any attention to you.
Okay. I'm going to use silent deployment and let out 2 of the drones to fly up above these rafters and sit on top of them.
One looking one way, one the other.
Yep.
Okay.
Crossing the space, getting
Yep,
the
yep.
full view.
I just need to do a thing here.
Can one of them go high just to see if there's anything on any of these rooftops?
Are you messaging Grill that?
I'm there.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just making sure. Yeah, okay. So the one at the northern rafter starts flying higher to get a view above the rooftops.
Okay. Give me a roll.
Yep. That's a +2.
You see, I mean, generally, you see the top of the roofs. There's some various accoutrement. There's some garbage piles. There's some cans that people, have on the roofs. There's some planks that, it's like, oh, it's a little ramp up. That's somebody to the edge. Because there's doors that access these spaces for maintenance and that sort of thing. So people in the general area, you can see bottles up here. So clearly these roofs are used by the people who inhabit this space. It's extra space in the city. Fuck it. You might as well claim it. You might as well use it. You might as well use it as a hangout.
But no one is in active use of them
There's
right now.
no one, there's no one that's up here, and there's nothing really catching your eye.
Okay. The drone is going to fly back down and settle on the rafters again.
Patty's like, you all set up?
And Krill keeps walking north, just loops around the block to come back up from the south to go into that little tented stall she was talking about.
Cool. As you walk in, there's an Asian man behind the counter, and he greets you exuberantly and sort of points at a seat.
She gladly sits down.
It's
And says,
yeah, it's grilled meat. It's grilled meat and beer. That's what it is. It's grilled meat and beer.
is it over rice or anything, or is it just grilled meat?
It is skewered grilled meat and beer.
Takes her time enjoying that skewered meat and probably keeps going back for thirds and fifths.
Could Patty have given her taser to Krill if she would take it before? Because I was going to think about this, but it would be awkward.
Oh, right, you've got a taser gun. No.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
All right, cool. She just keeps that on her. Just But she will give her smoke grenade, one of the smoke grenades she picked up, just in case she needs a quick getaway.
Smoke bomb.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are did you all arrive simultaneously? Are you staggering this?
I'm assuming Patty and Krill showed up at the same time, but maybe Karen shows up later. Does that sound right, Karen?
I would have approached from a different direction, but around the same time.
Okay. Okay. So what's Karen doing?
Karen's walking up the alley and then around, back again, just to.
There's some
Kind of-
like gift stalls like in the north side of the alley. There's some gift stalls that are up there. There's some shops. There's you can definitely window shop. You can just pause and take your time looking around a little bit. Give me your roll.
Zero.
Okay. Patty, you've been here this entire time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You walked in with Krill, right?
Mm-hmm. Came up from the south. Posted up on the top right corner to keep an eye on her first. But I'm assuming it's the southwest pillar right there that you want me to post up at, Karen. Like that one with. Yeah, cool. Just making sure geographic sense of direction, But she's gonna
Only
be
one
posting.
pillar.
Yeah, that's the only pillar. I was just making sure. Posting up there so she can get a view of both the north and the south, and see a little bit of the side east directly across from her, and then keep an eye on Karen in case shit goes down too.
Okay.
She's got her rifle in its case, which looks like probably a guitar case, but she's kind of just sitting there, just pretending to look at her codex while she's streaming it.
All right, you guys spend about 20 minutes just hanging out. Get you up to about 6:20 sort of thing. Everybody, give me rolls.
I'm also streaming. I guess we're all streaming to Troy just in case too.
Yeah, codices are live.
-1.
Zero.
Troy, are you monitoring stream?
I am, yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna fate point that.
Troy is not monitoring the stream.
Yeah, I'm going to just. I'll use not quite a real boy. I think anything kind of works in this situation.
okay.
And I'm gonna reroll. That's a +1.
I need to look at the only one who's relevant here. Okay. Customers come, customers go. Some customers stay. It's getting a little later in the evening, so you start to notice that people are coming and sort of post-work day. Beers are starting to be poured and people are hanging out. It's getting to be a little more jovial. There's a few more people. It's not super crowded because of the turnover. But it is getting there where you're like, okay, some of these people are staying. But nothing has stood out to you yet. Nothing's like, anything anybody wants to do?
Does Patty have access to the drone's footage, Krill, or not?
You should, yes. You will
Okay.
not be able to command the drones to change in any direction, but
doesn't-
yes, you can see.
She just wants to quickly flip through the drone's footage while keeping her own codex up, to see if she can notice any bodyguards, security, like hired goons, like anybody who's starting to post up on the top side.
Krill, what is the camera observation angles for those drones that are on those girders?
When you say angles, you mean like, are they looking down, looking straight forward? What are we talking?
What's their view cone?
Pretty freaking decent. They are, they're on the girders, but they are looking down at an angle so they can easily see at least 3/4 of all the seating area, and then past it for both of them.
Okay. Patty, give me a roll.
Mm-hmm. Okay. +0. So it's probably, if it's an investigation, +1.
Nothing really stands out.
And she'll eventually like look off the codec's view, just looking up directly with her eyes at different points. She just reports in for Karen in the group and says, no eyes on top of us yet. We'll keep updated.
So another 20 minutes go by. More customers are starting to show up. Things are getting a little busier at this point. Some people from before have gone. If everybody wants to give me another round of rolls.
And Karen, at this point, would also send a message to Krill saying, maybe check the roofs higher up again. I got a 0.
I got a +2.
I got a +2 as well.
I got a +1 on the die if this is investigate or
It is
or
investigate.
total.
Okay. So 4, 4, 3, and okay. Oh no! Wait. You fucking Patty was okay. 2. All right. So yeah, nothing is standing out. Krill specifically, nothing has moved. Nobody's come out. The roofs aren't being used. So it's just static as near as you can tell. Couple of birds came and went.
Is it 6:40 at this point?
Yeah, about 6:40.
All right.
I just want to double check something.
Okay.
Those birds that came and went, they haven't come and went a few times, have they?
No. You don't.
Okay.
You don't see any discernible pattern going on with the birds.
Birds aren't real.
Fair play. No, I know what you're after, and fair play. No. From the ground, there's really, there's definitely there's some people. There's a couple of women. There's some dudes that are starting to they've been there for a while, but they've ordered food. They're smoking cigarettes. Right? Like it's that sort of thing. It's like, they're just not being rushed. And given that it's post-work day, it's 6:40, there's some people that are definitely just gonna take their time with their meal. And 20 minutes, 40 minutes with a fucking meal after a long work day, big fucking deal, right? As long as they're buying food, as long as they're buying alcohol, most of these vendors don't seem to care. Nobody's gotten rowdy. Nothing's standing out to you at this point.
It is a little early to get rowdy at this point.
Yeah, so shit can get rowdy any time of the day, right? But the sun's really starting to set, and it rolls around to 7 o'clock, and evening is starting to set in, and the sun is definitely the alley is darkening, and the lights are starting to come on, and the lanterns strung across the alley are now on. Everybody feel free to give me rolls if you want. As things sort of dim down, the voices are starting to get a little more raucous, a little more,
+2.
-3.
0.
-2 on the die, so +1.
Okay. Patty had the highest that round. Okay. Okay. It is, it's getting to the point where you're starting to like, right, this is go time, right? Like
she's been on it the whole fucking time, but there's that moment where like the gear kicks in and she's like hyper aware, right? The adrenaline starts kicking in a little bit. She's waiting for anyone at any point to come around her corners, come around Karen. She knows where Krill is, so she's a little worried about her too. She's focused. She's in fight mode. So if something starts coming, she's ready.
There's, Karen, where are you these days?
Hanging out in the little alcove next to where Snips is. Where the door is on the right-hand side.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's if you look in, there's it's a little Ripper dock.
Okay.
Yeah. That's just a Ripper Doc's office. So yeah, a couple of people have come and gone. At this point, somebody's probably propositioned you.
I gave him my only stance.
You one subscriber. Yeah. So time goes by. 7:30 approaches, and so you're across. So what are you looking at? Are you just sort of like sweeping left, right? You looking at, okay. 7:30 approaches and you see a sort of a middle-aged, let me just rearrange some stuff because some stuff is going to need to be done. So let me just start rearranging some stuff here. You see a woman in her mid-40s. It's, again, no nonsense, like, appearance here. It's not full business suit, it's not full pantsuit. It's like dressed down pantsuit. It's the most depressing sort of outfit. It is, of course, varying degrees of beige. It's a shade of beige that Karen probably didn't even know existed, frankly. If described, it would probably be corporate beige, right? But plain, boring business attire, but, brown hair pulled back into a ponytail. And this is a person that you definitely recognize. This is Sabine. She walks up, and as she walks up, she's sort of, you can see she's not making overt looks, but she's definitely checking. She's checking and looking around, and give me a roll.
+1.
You can discern from this that there's an air of nervousness about her. Everybody else, give me rolls.
+2.
-1. Do I hold on to the extra fate point or use it
Total
now?
of 2.
If I'm using investigation, this would be a 0. I'm gonna hold on to my fate point for combat, just in case.
Cool. A guy comes up and posts up next to the pillar next to you, Patty, and he asks you for a light. He's got a cigarette out. You see he's patting himself down. He's like, "What the fuck? Just got a light, man."
Can she like kind of turn her head over to see if there's any bulges, see if his clothes move around and shift around any guns at all or anything?
Give me an investigate roll.
Yep. That's a +0, so +1.
There is nothing that stands out to you immediately. Yeah.
Okay. She manages to have a lighter. She'll keep like him in the corner of her eye, but is still kind of scoping around and just hand over a lighter in that moment.
Give me a second here.
If you drink a lot, you're bound to be around quite a few smokers, so you gotta have one on you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, he just sort of like he grabs the lighter, just quickly hits the cigarette, and hands it back to you, and just goes, "Thanks, man."
No problem.
Okay. So what was everybody else's rolls on that? Krill. Krill. What's the resolution on those cameras?
Fucking immaculate. They're all manufactured out of Militech targeting drones material and pieces.
There is at least 420p, exactly. You have noticed a commonality.
Oh.
In the stall beneath the drones, and seated at one of the tables in front of the hidden lantern, there is one guy beneath them at the stall, and there are two guys seated at the table. And you notice that they're dressed dissimilarly, but you did notice that they all are wearing a patch.
Krill is going to quickly reverse search that patch as best as she can.
Give me a roll.
That is a +3 on the die.
That is the insignia of the Saxons.
I have now spotted 3 members, you said? 3 members of the... Okay, Insignia of the Saxons. Is it like Saxons, paramilitary groups?
It's the gang.
Oh, the gang. Pardon me. There are 3 Saxons gang members amongst those sitting at the tables right now.
There's the northmost table has 2 of them, and then there's one up by the stall underneath those girders.
The locations highlight through everyone's codexes and internal visions, and she verbally still gives it for Karen's sake. North Table 2, South Table 1.
Patty looks up at them. Does she know where the Saxons generally hang out, or like their general turf?
Give me a roll.
Right? She might have run into them before doing her job, so she might know, but that's a -1, unfortunately. So,
Best Paul would have said to Jacob teacher about the games.
yeah, well, unfortunately, he's gone, so. Patty just says...
Aaron would also like to roll for that.
Go for it. Sorry. Kai can say that. Not me.
0, but what, a 2 in lore?
You do. And given your comings and goings, that is it adjusted well enough. You probably couldn't find your way to their clubhouse, but you are aware that it's a waterfront clubhouse right off of the coast in the northeast. You're not far from... You are in Saxon territory.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, their clubhouse is a casino, a house of ill repute, and their a restaurant and their place of business. It's a multi-story building that is on the water. It is part of a pier that is in the northeast of the city.
Okay.
Yep.
Question. So how they're posted up, are they posted in a way that's oriented towards Sabine, or are they just staggered at random?
Well, if you give me you're looking, they are a table away. They're not next to, right? So there's 5 tables from your view, from your position, sort of thing, right? She's in the middle. She's got that third table from you with the 2 chairs, and then they are occupying 2 seats in that northmost table.
Okay. Patty just sends a message over to Karen. She's in the middle of those guys. Do you want me to move up closer or stay where I am, so just in case they decide to fuck with you?
Why don't you move a little closer and keep a close eye on them? Like to the... What is that?
Yeah, like the diagonal corner, probably.
Yeah, walk diagonal from the pillar to the other corner.
Yeah,
Getting closer. Yeah.
where it's like just at the bottom edge of the hidden lantern, like where like it's adjacent from it.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
So,
Patty,
are we on the right side or the left side of the alley?
Patty was on the left side of the alley.
Yep.
At that beam, she'll go to the right side of the alley now.
Okay. Give me a disadvantage roll.
Okay. That's a -3. That's a -1.
Okay.
So if it's going to be a -3, I'm going to use...
No, you're fine.
No?
You're
Okay.
fine. Just make your way. Post up there.
Got her guitar case in front of her, just sitting down. Try not to look too suspicious, but she does probably have a little bit of that air around her.
Yeah. So, what's everybody else doing?
I'm going to approach.
Troy's just standing by, doing what he can to keep an observation.
Krill is eating meat while obsessively watching the cameras.
Recording.
Okay. Karen walks up. So is Sabine already sitting?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's seated in the chair facing the building, but she's while she's looking at the building, there's literally the building behind her, so she can sort of like glance left, glance right, and sort of has given herself at least a shot at spotting people. But you are approaching in her blind spot.
Cool. As I get up to her, I go, "Hey, Sadie, Sibby, how you doing? Yeah," and start patting her on the shoulder.
She looks at you, and if you want to give me a roll, you can give me a roll. This exchange will include, like, usually you get a lot of narrative, but there will be a fair amount of rolling as well.
+1.
So, okay. She looks at you, and there's a moment of recognition. What that recognition is, maybe it's you, maybe it's the grift, right? But she catches on very quickly, and she's like, "Oh, hey!"
Yay, Sabby, it's been a minute. It's your old friend KK. Yeah.
So, you want to pull up a seat?
Oh, yeah. Don't you want to give me a hug?
She gets up and gives you a hug.
And in the process, I am looking for that codex.
Give me a roll.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay.
Oof, that's rough.
2 fate points left.
Still -2. Awesome.
Can you still
Awesome.
reroll?
Can you fate point a fate point?
You could, okay, so you can, but you have to invoke a different aspect. And I know which aspect you would like. I didn't even need you to. Karen would invoke her trouble. Oh, I thought that was mine, right? Like that's the thing. Even if you went with, you can invoke a secondary aspect then, and so you can like, I know how to take care of me, and getting what you want is that way. You can absolutely invoke a secondary aspect and get another reroll. Or you could let the narration play as it is. It's up to you.
It is close to the end of the session.
Yeah, I'm gonna reroll.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it with I know how to take care of me.
1 fate point.
That's better.
0 this time.
That's better.
It's an improvement.
Karen does successfully go into those pockets. Like, the problem is that there's no codex.
Okay.
She was paranoid.
She's traveling light. Worth those 2 fate points.
It was worth it. We had to know.
All right. Oh, Sadie. So, how have you been? Hear some things are weird at work.
She leans in and she goes, "Who are you?" "Oh, things have been, a bit busy."
Oh, just, with me, I've been, poking around here and there, trying to get some people, connected with the right kinds of people. I hear, oh, I haven't seen him in a minute. My good Gavin. You work for Gavin, don't you?
Yeah, still doing that. Moved up a little bit. Business manager now.
Oh. A place of respect. Okay.
Patty.
Mm-hmm.
Me too. Where are you looking? What have you been doing?
I'm trying not to look directly at Karen to give her the obvious out if someone's paying attention, but she's more often not looking at those Saxons. Like she'll scan around, look down for a minute, and then look back at all right, cool. She's paying attention to those guys. That's a +0.
There is a noodle stall to your left. Seated at 2 of the stools, leaving the center stool empty, you spot 2 more patches.
She doesn't say anything, but she's indicating in the codex in the stream location. So she's looking there to her left, noodle stall, 2 more patches. Okay. She indicates very loudly, like in the codex, but quietly for anyone. 2 more patches, noodle stall left, and if she's looking at the noodle stall, is it to her left, or is it to the left at an angle?
It's
okay, so it's right around.
Yeah, it's look for the 3 stools right there.
Yeah, because Krill is in that little pop up, and then they're right to her left.
Up and to the right.
Yeah. Okay. She's not going to try and draw any attention, but she does click off 1 lock on her case, but keeps it very visibly closed.
Krill, give me a roll.
-1, I'm assuming a total of 2.
We shall see. I have math to do.
Math? What is this?
D&D?
You said we wouldn't have to do any math. Why are you doing math?
Okay, yeah. So we cut back to the conversation. Sabine leans in and goes, "What do you want?"
I sure would love a private conversation with Gavin. Barring that, I'd love to hear about this meeting I hear you have coming up.
I can't arrange any meetings. That's above my pay grade. And as for the meeting, it's a vote.
Do you know what kind of vote?
Voting to expand. New ventures, new horizons. I don't know exactly what, but it's paperwork heavy.
Okay.
She leans in and goes, "Did Gavin hire you?"
Gavin and I have mutual interests.
How did you weave that codex?
Is Gavin going to be voting?
He has a vote, yeah.
Do you still have the codex?
No, I threw it in the ocean.
There are worse things to do with it. Do you like what you do, Sabine?
I don't hate it, actually. But I think every business has unsavory characters, I guess. I don't know. I think that's just normal.
Okay.
You can roll anytime you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll on that one.
Okay.
+1.
So
I got a +4.
who's using what? Are you using your empathy to check a deceive?
Yep.
Okay. So Okay, I just checked. I was like, okay. So
Basically, she's paying attention to the Saxons, but even that, she can still pick up facial details like micro expressions, like seeing if she's being forthright or she's trying to play a con here.
she has a mix of emotions going on. There's definitely an air of nervousness. There's definitely an air of I'm not certain. And so I'm not like being completely open about it. But she's also not showing you anything that you expect a typical liar to show you.
Okay. Patty's not going to say anything because she doesn't have anything to add.
Can Krill also double check to see if anyone's looking at them? Obviously checking Saxons, but she's checking others too. We
Okay.
are just in the Saxons' territory, so she's not letting anyone slip by. I'm going to spend that last point.
Okay.
That's a +2 to a total of 5.
For the first time, Krill, you notice that there is a slight movement on the building above where you are and where the noodle stall is. There's a shifting, and you're not quite certain, but it could be something in the neighborhood of some sort of thermo-optical camouflage.
Oh. Can I investigate closer on that, see if I can track the outline specifically?
You can try, yes.
That's a 1 total on the die. I mean, after the fact. But I know what I'm looking for now, so it's just trying to find that outline.
If you're not finding a steady outline. So that could mean one of two things. It could be that the thing you're looking at is not the shape that you're expecting it to be. Or it could mean that the thing you're looking at has a higher end gear that is effective.
Potential target on roof, cloaked.
Which direction?
Do they have an advantage point?
Oh yeah. If this is something, it's got a straight shot at Karen and Sabine's table.
Is Troy able to pick anything up? Roll.
Yeah.
That's a -1.
You are even less effective at this than Krill. Krill is an walking observation platform. So she's, if Krill can't spot it, chances are Troy's gonna struggle a little bit.
Yeah, figured.
Which direction, Krill?
I'm assuming from the way Kai was describing the building across the way.
Patty's asking in person. Sorry. I
still have to ask Kai because Kai hasn't given me a for sure answer.
No,
Just says
southeast building, top corner.
Southeast above?
Yes.
Got you.
basically right beside the neon glowing sign.
No, yeah.
Patty says we have someone on top. Getting a straight shot look at you. You might need to move Sabine northeast.
Krill tells Snips to go into activation mode. Looking at the buildings, this person doesn't have a direct eye of sight on Snips. Snips is an artillery drone, though. It doesn't need line of sight. But
So
what Krill is going to do is send her last drone that she's been holding on to just in case. And it is going to fly up, around, and sit behind those colored signs.
Give me a roll, Crow.
Zero on the die.
The two guys at the table north of you, Karen and Sabine, get up and approach your table, and they say, "You two need to come with us."
Patty clicks the last 2 locks on her case.
Karen looks and says, "What? I'm not sure if you can afford me, hon."
One of them grabs you by the arm, and the other one grabs Sabine by the arm, and they start sort of manhandling you up a little bit.
Permission to activate.
Your call.
Patty, try and get a good shot on one of the people lifting Karen. I'm going to take care of their vantage point.
Yeah.
And with that, we're officially in combat, and the camera fades to black.